Greetings, fellow detectives! Yay! I'm so excited to be back with you all. Oh my gosh, it has been so long. It weirdly feels like just yesterday that we were streaming, but it has been like 3 weeks. And I've missed you all so much! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today, for what I believe is the 20th stream of the WizardKitten 2023 Summer Streamathon Adventure Nancy Edition, we are playing Curse of Blackmoor Manor. I absolutely love this game, and it's so topical, so perfect, because Mr. WizardKitten and I just got back from our honeymoon that we took to England. We were in England for 11 days, and before that I had a week-long intensive leadership class for my doctorate program where we were in person. It's typically an online program, but for this whole week we were in person every single day, all day. It was wild. It's been a busy few weeks, and I'm so glad to be back to normal and back streaming with you all. And yes, today is the birthday stream. My 30th birthday. I'm 30. Tis the time. Let's see, who all do we have here? Greetings, Sam. Greetings, Komatars. Greetings, Ray Marie. Greetings, Clue Girl. Greetings, Michael. Greetings, Wicked. Greetings, Joshua. Greetings, Adam. Greetings, Christina. I've been waiting for this for so long. Greetings, Dragon Slayer. Greetings, Miss Region. You got your WizardKitten sweatshirt. It's too hot to wear. I totally understand. It's actually like really rainy outside today, and so I probably could have gotten away with wearing my sweatshirt. I'm wearing my It's Locked t-shirt to be on theme with the black for our adventure guide for today. But I'm so glad you got your sweatshirt. Did anyone else get their merch yet? How do you like it? Hope you love it. Greetings, Clue Girl. Greetings, Aspie. You're gonna go on vacation next week. Where are you going? Greetings, Ryder. Greetings, Milo. Greetings, Soph. Greetings, Zach. Greetings, Sully. Greetings, Sid. Greetings, Emily. Greetings, Ryan. Greetings, Michael. Thank you, Sully, for the birthday wishes. Greetings, no thank you. Yes, England. Greetings, Sofinda. Sofinda, thank you so much for all of your help and support as Mr. WizardKitten and I prepared for our trip to England. It was so very greatly appreciated, and I attribute most of my success to getting around on the trains and the underground to your advice. So thank you so much for your help with that. Perfect game to come back from hiatus with. I agree. Let's see. Try to stay up for the whole stream. It's 8 p.m. already and I get sleepy early. We got back a couple days ago, and because it's about a 6-hour time difference from Central Standard Time to England, so I went to bed at 5:30 p.m. and I woke up at 5 a.m. the next day. And then last night I went to bed at 8:30 and woke up at 6 today. So like getting back into a normal time stream. Happy birthday. Thank you, no thank you. Greetings, Lauren. Caitlin, enjoy your church lurk. So good to see you. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes. Perfect game considering the honeymoon. Exactly. Oh my gee, birthday. Thank you all so much for all the birthday wishes. I feel like everyone's super hyped for this. It's been so long and there's so much that we have to catch up on. I'm so excited. Music and atmosphere of this game are top notch. I agree. Greetings, Tarian. Greetings, Alexandra. Thank you so much, Sofinda. I missed you all too. Happy Big 3-0. Perfect timing. Need a body double to get through all this medical paperwork. Oh my goodness. Good luck, Candace. I'm here for you. Happy birthday, WizardKitten. Thank you, Michael. Congrats on being a member for 11 months. Thank you so much for your continued support. Love your blue hat. You are only 1 month away now from your purple hat. Very exciting. Greetings, Terry. We are definitely going to need a bigger boat. We have so many people here today. We have to get a bigger boat. Greetings, Reed. Got your Earl Grey tea and Jammy Dodgers. Perfect. I had a superb Earl Grey in Bath in England. It was so good. They do tea so much better over there. Probably not a shock, but they really do. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up with all of the chat here. Who have I missed? The break was perfect because you got randomly busy. Well, good. I'm glad it worked out. Greetings, Sid. On the road, we'll be listening in. Awesome. Yes, the 20th stream. Okay. It's crazy that we're already on the 20th. Greetings, Ty. Thank you so much. Greetings, Katie. How did the class go? I will definitely have to share. I have like a list of things that like while we're playing the game, I'll have to be like, okay, so here's the update on this. Here's the update on this. I miss the streams too. Yes, 30. Welcome to the Old Fogies Club. I know it. I'm excited. I'm ready. I hope the 30s treat me well. Greetings, Maggie. Also turned 30 this year. Yay! Thank you so much, Sid. Greetings, Aaron. Greetings, Apathetic. You burned your finger on hot glue gun in one of your cams. Oh no, I was hot gluing today too. I finally put backing on a bunch of my embroidery projects. I finally like actually finished them off and got the backing glued on. So funny that we were both hot gluing. Greetings, Tommy. Thank you, Terry. Greetings, Abby. Work lurk the whole time. Might not be able to work lurk the whole time. I hope you have a good work day. Oh, no, thank you. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you so much. The lemon with the hearts. Thank you so much for your support. That is so kind of you. So greatly appreciated. Thank you. We're very nearly birthday buddies. You turn 30 next week. Oh my gosh, happy birthday, Sid. Couple of Leos. Doing the best we can. It's raining here too. I also love rainy days. Greetings, Ellersbane. Tuning in from your new apartment. Oh my gosh, Sid. I hope the move went well. That's so exciting. Greetings, Ever. I also love planets and astrology. You got your sweatshirt and you love it. The quality is so nice. Katie, I'm so happy to hear that. I am so glad. It is really important to me that the items were high quality, and so I'm so glad that you think so. Hope you have a wonderful day. Great start to the next decade. Thank you so much, Bree. Wilmington, you're a beach. Oh, love it. Greetings, Rachel. Greetings, Sarah. Thank you. I'm so excited to be in the 30s. Got your sweatshirt and wearing yours today. Yay. Oh my gosh, yay. So if you just signed the lease to own your new flat, that's so exciting. You got your sweatshirts. You love them. Much too hot in Missouri to wear them now, but looking forward to the fall. Yay. I'm so happy to hear that. Didn't know how to say happy birthday with a super sticker, but happy birthday. Thank you. No, thank you. That is so kind of you. You're very welcome. Seriously, your advice was so needed. Moving is stressful, but Nancy Drew helps. Nancy Drew does help with pretty much all of life's problems, doesn't it? Do you feel more officially married now? In a weird way, yes. I mean, we've been married for 2 years. We got married in June of 2021, but we delayed our honeymoon because of the pandemic. I wanted to just feel really secure going. And yeah, in a weird way, I do feel a little bit more officially married. I missed you all so much. You got engaged, Soph. Oh my gosh, you have so many big life things going on. Congratulations. The chat just keeps refreshing. You got your merch, yay! This is your top game for a long time. It was one of my favorites as a kid, for sure. And I still love it. You had your hashtag Barbie adventure. We saw Barbie not too long ago as well. It was so good. Greetings, Yana. I'm poor but happy. That's a good summary of adult life, isn't it? Oh, Samantha, thank you so much for the super sticker, the birthday pear. Thank you so much for your support. That is so kind of you and so greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Not the biggest fan of this game. Some characters. Understandable. You got a new car. Oh my gosh, Sam. So many exciting things for everyone while we were gone. Michael, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for making Nancy Drew feel so alive again. I love this community and I'm so excited to share Nancy Drew with you and the community. Michael, thank you so much for the super chat. That is so kind of you. I am so grateful. Thank you so much for your support. And thank you all for being a part of this wonderful community. I truly couldn't do this without you. Gonna go watch another video. Love it. How is Mel? Was she okay when you returned? She was okay. She usually, when we get back from a vacation, she kind of pouts for a while, which is totally fair. I would too. Like, how dare we leave her? But I think we were gone so long that this time that she was just glad we were back. She was very, very clingy. She came several times in the night to like check on me and demand some pets. But she's doing better now. I think we've acclimated back. I missed her so much. Being away from her that long was so hard. Is it bad that I've been waiting to tell everybody in stream? Not at all. It's so fun sharing news with people. Keeping it secret from the family. We won't be getting married for a while, but I love telling people anyways. Oh, perfect. Well, this can be the perfect secret little place to share. I love that. You just turned 29 in June. Happy birthday, Maple. Your hubby and you bid on a house since the last stream. Oh my goodness. Oh, did the chat help me? There we go. Okay. Still working out all the paperwork, aiming for a fall move. Yay. You signed on a condo. Oh my gosh, so many people getting like houses and everything. Is your bee sting any better? It is. I still have a little like hole where it stung me. I'll have to share that story right away. But yes, it is thankfully much better. You plan to use your bag for when you bike to the library? Ooh, Maple, I feel like it'll be perfect for that. It fits books really nicely, and it's like really comfortable on the shoulders for active tasks. So I hope it treats you well on your library adventures. Thank you, educator. I'm so happy to be back. Hello, Aubrey Ann. Welcome. Have we had baby? Have we had baby? We're talking about all of the amazing, big, cool things that everyone's done. Even if it's just like having a nice relaxing few weeks, I would love to hear about that too. About 2/3 through the stream, this is so true. Your greetings, fellow detective Cinchbag, is your current daily purse. It's nice quality and you're really happy with it. Yay, Sam, I'm so glad to hear that. I use my, my Cinchbag pretty much every day as well. Came back with tea, perfect. I'm gonna get my tea in a little bit later. You've been playing Hogwarts Legacy all weekend. Can you guess your house? Ooh, that's tough, Michael. I could honestly see you being in 3 of them. I'm gonna guess Hufflepuff. Because you are so friendly and so kind and welcoming. But I could also see pretty much any of the others too. Greetings, Gemma. Drinking chai and watching Nancy Drew. Life is good. Yay, I love chai. You got to have a beach honeymoon right after getting married, but wanted to do a WDW honeymoon. Just got back for 5th anniversary. Fun. House sitting so you can't leave to see Barbie. When you're done, you're going. Got an all pink outfit and everything. I love that. Oh my gosh, love the vibes, Lauren. Greetings, Hippogriff. Greetings, Casey. Mr. WizardKitten is doing well. He's happy to be back watching movies. I don't have birthday cake yet, but I have multiple celebrations with family and friends this week, so I think the cake will be periodically throughout the week. What was the best part of visiting England? Afternoon tea. Afternoon tea is a revelation, and we need to do it in America more. This is my first Nancy Drew game. Yay! Tell us about your trip. Yes, I have so much to share. I will definitely do that while we play the game. Yes, you had him a little over a week ago and he's amazing. Aubrey Ann, I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad to hear that you and him are both doing well. Congratulations. A new little fellow detective. Greetings, Punkfish. How was the process for international travel? It was good. It was better than I thought it would be. I definitely expected like getting through passport, getting through customs to be a lot more tedious than it was. It was pretty simple. I don't know if that's true for everywhere in the world. I don't know if that'll be true for Cabo, but from getting from here to England was fairly easy. We took a direct flight to reduce the chance of losing luggage. We didn't lose our luggage, thank goodness. Proud Ravenclaw, that was going to be my other guess, Michael. But yeah, I think the process was pretty good. I wore a mask in the airport and on the plane just because it made me feel more secure. Sleeping on the plane was trash. It was horrible, didn't sleep hardly a wink. But overall, like, not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Is the English breakfast tea from Trader Joe's like London tea? So what I found out is that English tea, like actually there, is just like so much higher quality. Even better high quality than the kind of tea like from the best companies that I've had here in the States. Different level over in England. So I would imagine that the English breakfast tea from Trader Joe's, if you amplified its flavor like maybe 3 times, then it might be like the England tea. I am now only purchasing tea from Britain. Like I will import it. I will buy it from overseas and have it shipped here because it was that much better. Thank you, Goodwin. Welcome to the stream. Big news, you got a new job and you start tomorrow and you're buying a house. Oh my goodness, Musical. Congratulations. That is so exciting. So happy for you. Greetings, Bookworm. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Greetings, Shay. Welcome. Haven't done much. Sims builds, love it. Biking, updating your Animal Crossing Islands dream address. Oh my gosh, love it. Greetings, Julia. Saw Barbie, absolutely loved it. It was super funny. It was really funny. I was impressed by how funny it was. What is your mom making you this year? I haven't decided yet. My mom, for those who don't know, typically for my birthday will ask me to like choose the entire meal. Like I get to choose what we drink, what we eat, what's for dessert, everything. And I haven't really like thought about it much yet, but I'm excited to plan that out. Today's your celebration with us. Exactly. Thirst for knowledge, always want to explore and discover that make you a Ravenclaw. Can definitely see that for sure. And you're so like good with details too, especially with all these games and kind of organizing your thoughts. I can definitely see Ravenclaw. Need tea and a sweet treat in the afternoon. Yes, it really makes such a difference. And honestly, just that idea of stopping, slowing down, and taking time out of your day to just relax and enjoy some nice tea. I mean, it's so nice. Definitely something I'm taking from England and bringing back here in my own life. Mr. WizardKitten's favorite part, he loved the whole trip, but if he had to choose, he said he would say when we went to go see Macbeth at the Globe in London. It was a very good show, and it was really cool to see Shakespeare in the actual Globe. Like, that's a once-in-a-lifetime experience for sure. And they did great. Only 2 people fainted. It was fantastic. It was really hot. And they have standing room in the front of the stage, and it was like a 3-hour play. So yeah, no wonder. No need for a visa. No visa, just a passport. Just a up-to-date passport. Been to London twice, love the food, the underground, and the history. Yeah, public transportation in England, vastly superior to anything I've ever experienced here as well. Tea and public transportation. England gets those things right. Greetings, Leo. So glad you got YouTube on right now. You hope England was wonderful. Did you see Westminster Abbey, Palace, and Stonehenge? We did see Stonehenge. We did go to see that. And Mr. WizardKitten went on a late night jaunt about London, and he saw Buckingham Palace, but we didn't see too much else. We did see Kensington Palace as well. You masked on your flights too. Yeah, it just made me feel more safe. Thank you so much, Cursive. So good to see you. You have to make your family crest when rewatching the stream later. Yes. British end of the discussion, yes. Big tea drinker. Definitely let me know which to order. Yes, I will. We brought a bunch back just to test. I have some jasmine, some green, English breakfast, Bath afternoon tea. We're making our way through them. Your dad buys imported tea from Ireland. Yes, love that. You just finished your first playthrough of this game. Love that. Greetings, Leo. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Sam, what a fantastic purple hat. Thank you so much for being an official fellow detective for 12 whole months. Thanks for all you do, Caitlin. So happy to be here. Thank you, thank you. Greetings, Juan. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? In England, tea is made differently depending on which region of the country it can be bought in, as we're all so particular. I love that. So what's your favorite kind, Sofinda? How do you like it to be prepared? Greetings, Carly. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I don't drink tea, but I want to because it seems so chill. It is kind of an acquired taste, too. Relax and drink tea. I don't know the context, but I agree. Greetings, Eros. You got to see Oppenheimer. Oh my gosh, he loved Oppenheimer. He was a big fan. Have to give you recommendations for what to do in England. Might be going soon. Your fiance's best friend is getting married, and he is English. So Mr. WizardKitten and I got to experience London and Bath and the Cotswolds. I will say that Bath and the Cotswolds were easily my favorite, but that's because I don't like big cities. However, there were experiences in London that I did really like seeing Macbeth at the Globe was super cool. Stonehenge was fun. I liked Stonehenge, but it was also really crowded, and like there wasn't a ton to do there. There's this very small museum, and with how crowded it was kind of difficult to navigate the museum. So there are some touristy areas where I kind of feel like if I went again, I might not necessarily go, but that's also just because of my personal preferences of really not liking crowds at all. If you go to museums, go early in the day because they get packed. Like, go right when they open. Greetings, Friday. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. I love Jasmine, too. An England tea hall. I'll have to show you guys. I'll bring it back. Greetings, Alia. Welcome to the stream. Your BF is visiting in a few weeks again from Utah. Excited to see things progressing with us still. Yay, Alia. I'm so happy to hear that. Husband wants to go to Europe sometime next year. Might have to insist on a London stop after this chat. Highly recommend Yorkshire tea. Yes. I'll have to tell you guys all of our fun mispronunciation mishaps. That was a good time too. Thank you so much, Eros. Several classics left in the stream. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. I did, Ray Marie. Isn't that crazy? Story retold is expecting twins. Oh my gosh, that whole video was such a roller coaster ride. Your fiance will soon be joining you for his first ever WizardKitten live stream. Yay! Well, tell your fiance hello for me. Been super into tea, ginger turmeric. I love ginger turmeric, especially in the fall. Or if I'm feeling nauseous, so good. Don't like tea bags, has to be fresh leaves. Always milk first, then tea. I'll have to have Mr. WizardKitten try that. I don't like milk in my tea, but he does. So perhaps I will have him try putting the milk in first and then the tea. And we both definitely also prefer loose leaf tea. Tea is great for when you're under the weather, absolutely. Would be flying into London, never been to the UK, so you're excited. Yes! Greetings, Spectre! Us with anxiety don't like crowds. Yes, and it has only gotten worse for me as I've gotten older. I used to be able to kind of power through it. We went to the British Museum, which has free admission, in London towards the end of the day. It was like literally wall-to-wall people. I couldn't learn anything. I couldn't stop at the exhibits. It was loud. It was crowded. It was hot. It was like, oh my goodness. I couldn't even learn. So yeah, if you go to museums, go early. Or maybe not in the middle of summer when everyone else is also traveling. So what is Adventure Nancy going to be doing different in the Manor today? Well, perhaps we should find out, shouldn't we? Okay. Thank you all for bearing with me as I caught up with you all. About 10 minutes or so of just chatting, catching up, saying hello to everyone. Thank you all so much for your patience. All right, let's get this on and our logo. We'll scooch this over here. Give it a little scooch, And we need old Nancy Drew games. Curse of Blackmoor Manor. Did you visit the National Gallery of Paintings? That's a bucket list location for me. We did go to the Tate Britain, the Tate Museum, which was one of the art museums, and they had a Turner collection, which is one of Mr. WizardKitten's favorite artists. It was really nice. It was beautiful. Yes, Dragon Slayer. I've been there. That's a really good museum. Very amused by the passport stamp. I actually didn't even look at the passport stamp. I should definitely do that. Okay. I'm hoping... Oh, I kind of figured this would happen. I didn't have my headphones plugged in when I opened up the game, and so I don't think the audio is working. Let's try this again. This game is by far the scariest. Gave you nightmares as a kid. It is spooky. Very spooky. Okay, how is music volume compared to my voice? Is that sounding okay? Yeah, where does everyone rank this? Where do we rank this one?
Welcome to my latest case, The Curse of Blackmoor Manor.
I love this game. Big fan. Big
Dear
fan.
Ned, greetings from jolly old England. Although right now I'm not so sure about the jolly part. That's because I'm on my way to Blackmoor Manor, where the daughter of one of our neighbors is living. The daughter, whose name is Linda, recently married Hugh Penvellyn, a British diplomat. Hugh travels a lot, so the only people at the manor with Linda are Hugh's aunt, Mrs. Drake, and Hugh's 12-year-old daughter, Jane. The thing is, ever since Linda moved into the manor, her health has gone downhill. She's practically bedridden, and no one seems to know why. Her mother is convinced something is terribly wrong and wants me to find out what. So here I am, about to be dropped off at a huge centuries-old mansion in the middle of a dark, foggy moor. I can't tell whether the butterflies in my stomach are because I'm excited or just a tad creeped out. Talk to you soon. I hope. Nancy.
Night, miss. Good luck.
Ew, who's there? Hello? There's something out there!
Where, child?
Over there! I mean, something was out there.
Come in. I'm Mrs. Drake. I take it you are Nancy Drew?
Yes, and I really did see something, Mrs. Drake. I heard something, too.
Oh, people are always seeing and hearing things on the moor at night, especially you Americans. Why don't you just go on up to your room? It's the one with the moon on the door.
I'd like to see Linda, if I could.
I'm afraid Linda is, not quite ready to meet with you just now. But please, come see me after you've unpacked. I'll be in the conservatory.
All right, thank you.
A spider crawled on your toes, educator? No. How dare it. We have our summer pest control appointment next week. And having just saw what I saw, I'm glad. It wanted to watch the stream. It is now watching the bottom of a trash can. Second favorite Nancy Drew game being streamed, and Blue Jays are beating the Red Sox right now. Love it, Soph. So it seems like this is a pretty high game, high-ranking game for most people. Greetings, Heath. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. But not for everyone. And I can definitely understand why this one would end up being lower. As a huge Anglophile, I love this game so much, but how do you deal with anxiety associated with work? You have a project coming up where you're filming a webinar series and you have to present your work to laymen and you're terrified. I totally understand that, Alia. The situation that reminds me of at work is when I'm in IEP meetings with parents and I need to kind of describe the sorts of services that I'm recommending and what that means for everyone involved as part of the process, and that can be really intimidating. I just try to remind myself that like I am an expert. I have studied this, I know this, and I just try to do a lot of positive self-talk during, and also just like really active listening while at part of that meeting too, so that if people ask questions, I can make sure I can respond appropriately. So yeah, lots of positive self-talk and lots of active listening. Greetings, Lauren. Welcome to the stream. And Abby, thank you so much for the super chat. Your sister made you play this when she was 9. She had marked down the Ethel jump scares and laughed at you getting caught off guard. Can you guess who's younger? Oh, no. Abby, thank you so much for the super chat. I am so grateful. Thank you so much for your support. It is so kind of you. You made cottage pie so you could eat leftovers for the stream. That's so perfect. Oh my goodness. And in all of the welcomes, I've completely forgotten all of the announcements. So here is the Curse of Blackmoor Manor passport page. Passport is in the Discord for today's stamp. I am recommending kind of like a purple magenta if you have that kind of color. But of course, you can always do whatever color you like. And then all of the little coloring items. Today's stream is also brought to you by all of the patrons over at Mystique Manor and by all of the official Fellow Detective channel members. Thank you so much for your continued support. And today's stream is brought to you by all of the super chats and super stickers that are used in chat today. Thank you all for supporting the streams in that way as well. And thank you for supporting the streams by hanging out with me as we play Nancy Drew. Greetings, Rachel. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? Just got your fish and chips. We did try fish and chips when we were in England. Quite good. We liked the ones in Bath better than the ones that we had in London. That might have just been the particular establishment that we were in. Adventure Nancy is gonna, like, not explore her room, not talk to Jane, because I always do that first.
Yes, I'm afraid you do.
If I do well, can we play a game?
Yes, but only in French.
Oh.
Adventure Nancy is gonna go deep into the manor
We're in lessons right now.
before doing anything else. Okay,
Oh,
like,
forget it. Stay in Italy as long as you want, then. Some kind of husband you're proving to be. It's not all in my head. Don't bother.
your father-in-law is from England. He ordered fish and chips every time you go to pubs without fail. It was good. I liked fish and chips. I also tried steak pasty. That was pretty good.
I can't leave Blackmoor yet.
And English breakfast, a traditional English breakfast. Those are the most, like, traditional English foods that we had while we were there, besides, like, afternoon tea. And I will say that we ate a lot of international food while we were there. We had Malaysian, Thai, Chinese, Italian, Indian, and then lots of cafe food, lots of bakery food. I definitely enjoyed the bakeries and the cafes. French games. Even having played this game, it's confusing and doesn't make sense. This game, once you get a decent hold on the puzzles, solving it is a lot of fun. Yes, I'm a big fan of this game. Despite being so puzzle heavy, I didn't mind it as much as a kid because I was in the gorgeous location, and so I didn't mind spending more time here. And I like how, like, the whole manor is a puzzle. I think that's really cool. What was the best pastry you had in England? The best latte I had in England was in Bath. And they had pumpkin spice as an option, so of course I got the pumpkin spice latte, and man was it good. It was really, really good. But the best pastry, probably there was a pain au chocolat that I got at a bakery in Burton-on-the-Water, one of the villages in the Cotswolds. That was very good. That was probably
Looks
my
like
favorite
John
pastry.
Pendleton may have developed some of the plants that are in here himself.
I also love the sound effects on the stairs. So good. Okay.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
This must be some kind of well, but where's the water?
Absolutely, Ryan. 100%. Adventure Nancy will be a little too curious in the greenhouse. Hey, what's this?
A carnivorous plant. Cool.
Yeah, super cool. Oh, let's touch it.
That's probably not a good idea.
Nah, it's a great idea. Ah! Did you feel like you were in Harry Potter in England? We went to Oxford for a day, which is where they did a lot of filming for the Harry Potter movies, and we did a walking tour of Oxford, and our guide pointed out some of the places where they did some filming. Like we didn't get to go in, but we could see from the outside where they filmed the restricted section scenes, and we did get to go into where they filmed the hospital wing. So in Oxford, I definitely felt a little bit more Harry Potter vibes. That was a lot of fun. So because this plant looked like it was eating a bee, Mr. WizardKitten and I, the very first day that we landed in London, we had a flight from Minnesota at like 5 p.m. And then we flew to a direct flight to London. It's about an 8-hour flight. And so we landed there pretty early in the morning, 7:30-ish or so. We made it all the way through customs, did all the airport stuff, took the trains to Paddington Station, which is the area that we stayed in for our London part of the trip. And the very first thing we decided to do was go to walk around Hyde Park, which is this big giant park in London that's really close to Paddington Station. So this is like literally the first activity we did before we did anything else in London. I walk 4 steps maybe into Hyde Park and I get stung by a bee for the first time in my life. I've never been stung by a bee before. Literally the first time I stepped foot into Hyde Park, got stung by a bee, and it stung me on the front of my right ankle. I didn't see the bee, never saw the culprit, but it hurt so bad. And when I Googled it, all of the symptoms, like, it was exactly like what you would expect from a bee sting. So my ankles started swelling up. It was red and itchy and so uncomfortable for 3 days afterwards. And we were walking like all over the place in London. So that was not super fun. The British bee was not super kind to me in Hyde Park, but that's how I started my trip with my first ever bee sting. Did you go and see the Paddington Bear statue? No, we didn't. We were honestly probably just worried about...
Messing with her plants is probably not a good idea.
...getting to our train on time and everything, so we probably missed it. We could have walked right past it, for all I know.
Messing with her plants is probably not a good idea.
Oh no, it stung you in your neck or your face? Protector of the park and it sensed you were a tourist. Yes, definitely just like the bees in Legend of the Crystal Skull and Phantom of Venice. You forget the name of the cafe, elephants in the name, but the one where JKR wrote HP is in London. Did you visit it? No, we did not. In London, most of the cafes we went to were right near Paddington Station. So those were primarily the ones. Are you sure it wasn't a wasp? They're much more common to sting you and very painful. I guess it could have been a wasp. There was a big old welt where the sting was. I couldn't find a stinger. And my whole ankle swelled up. So I didn't see the culprit. It could have been a wasp.
All settled in? Good. I'm happy that you're visiting Linda, but I know how much you teenagers like your televisions and loud stereos, so I must insist that you act respectfully and civilly while you stay with us. Since my nephew Hugh is away on business, I am in charge of this household. And if there's one thing I cannot stand, it's noise. Hugh's daughter Jane is staying with us and would very much like to meet you. But please try not to distract her. She has her studies and mustn't be disturbed during her lessons.
We're thinking maybe if we do go back to the UK, we would try Northern England and Scotland next. So yeah, that's a possibility. I found London, for the most part, to be quite clean and quite nice. We were near Paddington most of the time, though, when we were actually in London. When we got near the West End, that was a little bit more, like, crowded, busy, maybe, like, a little bit more, like, trash on the road kind of thing. But as far as big cities go, not that different than any other one I've been in. Greetings, Em. Welcome to the stream. Nancy can't mess with her plants, but she can look at Mrs. Drake's drugs. Bees don't tend to sting very much here because they die. Wasps are evil. You splatted 2 today. Maybe it was a wasp then. It was like it was a surprise attack. I saw nothing and all of a sudden my ankle was just on fire. Just came out of hyperfocus. What did I miss? Not much. We're just talking to Mrs. Drake. Mrs. Drake's so rude and not in the Minette way.
Is anyone else staying here?
We do not have any permanent house staff, if that's what you mean. The Penvillans have always been self-reliant. We get on quite well without being continuously mollycoddled by a squadron of insipid, gossiping ne'er-do-wells. Now, we do have 2 other house guests. Our Mr. Nigel Mukherjee, who is researching the Penvillan family history in the library, and Ethel Bossany, Jane's tutor.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's you Americans.
Do you know what's wrong with Linda?
Linda simply needs some time to adjust to her new living situation. England is not the United States. We do things differently, or should I say properly, here. The doctor believes it's just a case of nerves.
I will also say, did not run into this sentiment while we were in England. Nobody made us feel that way while we were there. Most people were really friendly. And basically nobody asked us where we were from, even though our voices were clearly different. We clearly had accents. Most people were really nice and really understanding. Like, there were several people helping out on the trains where Mr. WizardKitten and I were talking to each other, like, is this the right stop? Is this the train that's going to where we need to go? And someone would just independently ask, where are you trying to get to? Okay, yeah, you're on the right train. Just really helpful. So that was really nice.
Her mother told me she refuses to let anyone see her. Is that true?
I don't know, and the doctors don't know. No one seems to know anything. All I've been told is that Linda is unwell and that in her stead, I must look after matters. Now, please, I really do not have time to entertain you. You may have the run of the house, but do not break anything, and refrain from mucking about with items that aren't yours. 2 rules Jane seems incapable of following. And before I forget, our kitchen is being remodeled, so our dining situation is rather unorthodox. I've made arrangements with a local restaurant to deliver meals to us. There should be a programmed number for them on the phone in your room. Feel free to order whatever you'd like.
I agree, Bookworm. Greetings, Lane. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? I'm so glad.
I'm concerned about that thing I saw outside.
It was purely your imagination, unless you saw a stray dog. But I will not countenance any histrionics about this issue. We have enough to worry about with Linda. And please do not get any ideas about going outside to investigate. I do not want you tracking mud all over this house.
Can't fault Mrs. Drake for her thoughts. Her interactive hates kitchens.
This conservatory is very beautiful. But why isn't there any water in the well?
I'm not quite sure. We never really used it, but it was always full of water. That is until my brother died. And then it just dried up. Most of these plants were brought over by my grandfather. He was quite the adventurer. I remember when he brought back Lulu from the Amazon. At first, Mother wouldn't allow us to play with it because it had picked up too many unsuitable words from sailors. But it gradually learned proper manners.
As an American, I love getting roasted by Letitia. Aw, Shay, first stream with your purple hat. Yay.
Who is Lulu?
Lulu is a very old parrot. She must be over 80 years old. Please be very careful with her, especially if you feed her. Parrots have quite delicate constitutions, you know.
Goodbye.
Good evening.
Did not see any parrots while we were in England, surprisingly. I did see my first wild rat.
Who's ready for some nummies?
Did you say something, Mrs. Drake?
Not to you, dear.
Not to you, dear. Who's ready for some nummies? Not to you, dear. Gosh, I love that part. Right, Sofinta? That's so good. Yeah, we saw two wild rats in Hyde Park. That's the first time I've ever seen a rat in the wild. They were not very big. They were pretty cute, honestly. How many live streams do you think you'll do this week? At minimum 2, at most 3. I do have several things going on this week. August is going to be a little bit sporadic. We might end up having a couple streams in September. It'll depend, but we'll see. If we need to end up doing that. You've seen a wild rat before. You've seen me in your chat. Live in New York City, see a wild rat at least weekly. Had never seen them before. Did not see many squirrels. Saw lots of pigeons. Pigeons were everywhere. Not many squirrels. I don't know if that's typical or not, but really very few compared to here. I like this painting a lot. It's very pretty. Greetings, Savage. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? I can also definitely see what those of you from the UK have mentioned about the accents in this game.
Wonder what happened in there.
Please stay out of the kitchen until the fire damage is repaired. I can definitely see how the accents in this game are not super representative of most English accents. Parrots can be nuts. Did you see the elusive werewolf? Heard they're absolutely beautiful this time of year. I did not see any werewolves while we were in England. And there was a full moon while we were over there, so it's very disappointing that I didn't see any. Really should have. Okay, so as part of the adventure for today, the recommended activity to bring is a design your own family crest activity. If you want to design your own crest, just like all of the members of the Penvillum family do, I would love to see it in the Discord. British food, tea for beverage. We're wearing black, we're wearing moons, we're wearing stars. Don't get me started on these accents. And yeah, we're designing our own family crests. We're also quoting Lulu throughout. The one I wrote down was, you're going to need a bigger boat, but you can do any Lulu quote. That better not have been another spider. Okay, nope, that was just a hair. One spider is enough for today. Thank you very much. No werewolves of London. Shockingly. Been to New York City twice. Dirty, crowded, but the parks and shows are fun and the food is great. Yeah, New York City is a place that I have never been and probably will never go to. Part of what I liked about this trip is that it helped me learn how I want to travel and what to allow myself to do and what I don't need to make myself do if I don't want to, because travel is supposed to be fun. And part of what I'm learning is that big cities are not for WizardKitten. Just not for me. What would your family crest look like? I was thinking about this before the stream, and I think I would do what, I think, yes, this lady. Penelope? Is this Penelope? I would have 4 separate, sections, 4 separate sections, but I would probably divide it down half and then divide it across here. So there'd be like, kind of like the Harry Potter crest, where there's the 4 equal sections. And one of them would be like a beautiful burnt orange with a pumpkin. And then on the opposite side of that would be like a really beautiful burgundy maroon with a cup of coffee, a beautiful mug, and some like coffee steaming out of it. And then on the bottom left would be a really beautiful like dark green with like a tree of some sort. Probably, I do really love willow trees, but part of me also thinks I should do like a pine tree or an oak or a maple in honor of Minnesota. So then there would be a tree, and then the upper level would be like a really dark, beautiful blue color, kind of like a navy blue, and it would be a book, I think. So basically all my favorite things and all my favorite colors. That would be my crest. Like visiting big cities, don't think I'd want to live in one. Yeah, and that's a good point too. Visiting and living, 2 very different. London is much nicer on non-school holidays and not on weekends. Far fewer crowds for anyone thinking of going. Yeah, and we, like, several times on weekdays thought it would be less busy. And it's also just because it was summer. So there's that too. There was lots to love about London. Did you visit any haunted castles or manor houses? We did not. We didn't get a chance to kind of do any like tours of castles or anything. But that would have been really cool. I was half worried that one of the Airbnbs we stayed in would have been haunted, but thankfully they weren't. Or at least nothing was haunted while we were there. Hello.
Ah, yes. Are you here from the agency? It's about time.
Was the best worst food on your trip? Ooh, the best food? The scones. The scones in Bath with clotted cream and jam. So good. So, so good. The worst food? I wasn't a huge fan of the sausages. And they were like pretty common. Like there was a pretty common food option a lot of places, but both Mr. WizardKitten and I were not a huge fan of the sausages. I had them in one of my traditional English breakfasts. Didn't love it. He had it on a sandwich at one point. Didn't love it. So that's probably the least favorite. You went to New York City in March, your first time in the US. So excited from all the shows. Have to say, I found it very disappointing. I could totally understand that, Sofinda. I feel like the shows make it look way better than it probably actually is. The scones are so good. They were so good. So good. I made scones this morning. They're not the same. Could eat clotted cream alone. Same.
Agency?
Oh dear. You're not the typist from the spiffy specialty agency, are you? Well, how do you do? I'm Nigel Mukherjee.
Hello, Carly. So good to see you too. Oh, Sam, the weather was perfect. It was in the 60s and low 70s the entire time. Gentle drizzles every once in a while. Mostly cloud cover, so I didn't have to worry about sunscreen. The weather was perfection. It was the sausages Colin got in Venice. Exactly.
I'm Nancy Drew. What are you working on?
I'm researching the Penvillen family, and Mrs. Drake has graciously opened the library for me. Nothing much has been written about the Penvillens. Until now.
Did not try a sausage roll, but we did get to watch a wiener dog eat a sausage roll. And that was fantastic. One man got his cute little dachshund, that's how you say it, right? Got him a sausage roll. And he ate it in the cafe, and it was so cute. Now I'm hungry. Didn't try a sausage roll, but they did look good.
Sounds intriguing.
It might have something to do with their scandalous history. Or perhaps it has something to do with the family treasure.
Yes, I should label them appropriately. The bangers. What an experience. I know. It was so cute.
Scandalous history?
Well, having a family member burned as a witch can hardly be considered a mark of pride, I dare say. And then there's the whole business with the Blackmoor beast.
That's exactly what Mr. WizardKitten said, Sam. I got a nice English tan. Exactly. Yeah, England weather is my kind of weather.
Blackmoor beast?
It's a story that's been told for generations out here. During the 1600s, many of the villagers reported seeing a strange beast with red eyes and giant fangs prowling the moors. They asked the mistress of Blackmoor Manor, Eleanor Penvillen, to put a bounty on the beast's head. But, oddly enough, she not only refused, she forbade anyone from hunting the creature. It was rumored that the beast was Eleanor's husband, whom she had cursed for finding out too much about the Penvillen secret.
Gosh, I love Nigel Thornberry. I also think about Nigel Thornberry every time I talk to this Nigel. Prefer it to the sun. I agree, Ryan. The flights were honestly not bad. It was about 8 hours there and about 7.5 hours back. But we paid a smidge extra to fly direct, and I think that was a really good decision.
When I was walking up to the house, I saw something with red eyes that called out to me.
Really? How extraordinary. Are you sure it wasn't just jet lag?
Positive, and I heard it make this kind of growling sound.
Perhaps it was the cursed husband of Eleanor Penvillen, prowling about the moors in search of lost Yanks.
Who's Eleanor Penvillen?
Eleanor Penvillen, tried and convicted of witchcraft in 1650, quite the height of the witch trials here in Essex. It was rumored that Cromwell arranged the conviction.
Greetings, Monkey, and greetings, Nun. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? Nun, I think that is what we're supposed to believe by the end. Given the red glasses that we find, I think that's what it's supposed to be.
But she wasn't actually a witch?
Who knows? Lady Penvillen was a rather vocal critic of Cromwell's policies and helped many of his enemies flee the country. Whether she actually was a practitioner of witchcraft is unknown, although many visitors to the manor during her tenure reported hearing strange, ghostly bells. Some even saw phantom hands floating about the manor, tolling their charmed chimes.
Yeah, exploring them more in this would have been so fun. Greetings, Deanna. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? Hoping to get over there yourself someday. It was a lot of fun. Lots of experiences. We kept ourselves very busy. Maybe a little too busy, but it was great.
Tell me about the Penvillen family treasure.
For centuries, the Penvillens have been very secretive. Some believe they're protectors of a fabulous treasure, or of some dark secret.
Greetings, Catherine. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? I love this game, too.
Who are all those paintings of in the Great Hall?
Those are the Penvillens who owned Blackmoor Manor at one time or another.
All of the accents are trash.
I'll let you get back to your work.
Tally-ho!
The best I can describe it in
Fascinating piece, isn't it? James Penvellyn sculpted it in 1591, although it appears that wand was added at a later date. He was quite a flamboyant figure and never married, but one day, a child appeared quite mysteriously in the castle, and he took her in as his own. That was Eleanor, and many of the townfolk believed her to be a changeling or fairy baby.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but the accents in this just seem very exaggeratedly precise, I guess. Whereas a lot of the...
I'm researching Philippe Penvellyn, and it appears that many scholars believe he was a pirate. That would explain his source of wealth.
A lot of the voices that we heard when we talked to people there were not nearly so precise, like... a lot more
I doubt
natural.
you'll find much of interest in there. They're mainly law books. Charles Penvellyn was a prominent judge in the 16th century. Sad to say, he lost his son at a young age, left his estate to his grandson, Thomas.
Comically posh, exactly. Very obviously made by Americans. Catherine, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Thank you so much.
Those manuscripts are very old and brittle. They date back to the 14th century. Odo Penvellyn collected most of them. His father, Randolph, and son Milo were rather more interested in military victories than in book collecting.
I like the name Odo. A Scranton region, Pennsylvania resident, the accent of a Kentuckian. Would you be referring to Emily Griffin in Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake?
I couldn't quite track the provenance of that piece, but Philippe must have brought it back from the New World. He became quite wealthy as a merchant in the Americas and restored Blackmoor's original splendor after it had been abandoned for years. His daughter Penelope continued the renovation, commissioning the construction of this library by Roger Vizier, who built a similar one for the French general Jean Le Boeuf.
Jean Le Boeuf. I know what you mean, Shay. I've definitely had playthroughs where I like barely talk to Nigel because I forget to go into
Do you
the
mind if I
library
use
and
this computer?
miss him.
No, not at all. But it's very old. Feel free to use mine if I'm not here.
Who's Alan?
Alan Penvellyn was a noted researcher in computers and languages. Jane let me into his computer, but there was nothing much of interest on it.
What's the password?
I'm not sure.
I know.
Welcome, my adventurous friend. Don't tell my sister, but there are ghosts in Blackmoor Manor. 13 of them to be exact. The problem is they're very shy, so they only come out when it's very late at night, usually just after midnight. And even then they only show up in quiet places, like the Great Hall, and the hallways and the conservatory. What's worse, they'll only come out for a very short period of time. But if you can find and touch all 13 ghosts in the time you're allotted, come back here and I'll give you a prize, one which I guarantee you'll enjoy. So who's ready to go on a ghost hunt?
I am. Greetings, Em. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? Good luck with bedtime, Elena.
Oh dear, my watch tells me that the ghosts are not likely to show up right now. Come back between midnight and 4 a.m. Farewell till then.
Between midnight and 4. What time is it? 1931, 7:31. That was tough getting used to. The 24-hour clock versus the 12-hour clock.
Gesundheit.
That was difficult.
Those are mainly Penelope Penvellyn's collections of French novels. She was a patron to a raft of artists, and her salon was quite popular. She was quite the libertine, even kept her maiden name after her marriage.
This is the section I would definitely go to. Law books? Nah. Manuscripts? Probably not. But the 18th century novels? Yeah. Hex yes.
Hello, Nancy.
I'll let you get back to your work.
Goodbye.
Okay, let's see. What else can we look at?
Looks like a piece is missing.
Yeah, so all of the columns, we need all of those pieces. Not her maiden name. Penelope Penvillen, the Penvillen's #1 fan. Does this game still rank top 10 for you? I think it's in my top 10. I haven't looked at my official rating and for such a long time, and honestly, my top 15 games I all really love. I'm pretty sure this one is in my top 10. It might be like number 8 or something, but I love this game.
This must be Mrs. Drake's room. Guess she's not in her room.
So then we go in it, right?
Guess she's not in her room.
So then we go in it.
Guess she's not in her room.
Scandalous.
Oh, it's just a parrot.
Scared ya?
It's number 6. Okay, yep, that sounds right.
Polly want a cracker?
Not Polly. Lolo. 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 Lolo.
Okay, I get the point. Lulu.
Lolo. 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 Lolo.
Do you by any chance know Latin?
Quiste rogavit, bene vidi vici, semper ubi sub ubi, morituris status.
I'll take that as a yes. Would you mind translating something for me?
Fire away.
Greetings, hashtag. I don't know if I've said hello yet, but welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? I water your blue sun orchid every day. There, I found this really fun phone game. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Oh, it's because I looked at all of the crests. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, Adventure Nancy. Anyway, I found this new phone game called A Kinder World, which is this fun little just emotional self-care game where you water plants and you can friend other people and then they get to plant a flower in your garden and you can water the flower. It's, I dropped my friend code in the Discord in the other game section, so if anyone wants to give it a download, I will water your flowers for you. Which one do I not know how it would be? Without science, art is nothing. What's this one?
Audaces fortuna iovat.
Fortune favors the bold.
Fortune favors the bold.
Allez, bye-bye.
You play Kinder World too? You love it? Oh my gosh, yay! You should message me your friend code. No, thank you.
I need the key.
Or I can message it to you. I want more flowers in my garden. It's fun. It's fun seeing other people's flowers because it randomly assigns you a flower. I am a blue hydrangea. What on earth? I've never seen that before. Have you guys seen this before? How clingy was Mel when you got back from your long-awaited honeymoon? Very clingy. She was definitely clingy. I've never seen that before. It's such a fun little game. I love it. What are those? Muddy feet. Linda. I've never seen this. This is why I love Adventure Nancy. I'm finding so many new things. Linda's totally a werewolf. Wander around outside in her bare feet. Yes, you've seen it, your first playthrough. Whose room is this? This is Linda's room. With the muddy feet. Ooh, spooky. When do you think you'll have your senior detective patron content for August? Can't wait to finish the game. I am so excited too, Ray Marie. I was thinking about that, and it'll probably be mid-August is my guess.
Linda? Hi, it's me, Nancy Drew.
Nancy Drew, our friendly neighborhood detective. Well, welcome to Blackmoor Manor. I apologize for greeting you under such unusual circumstances.
So, how are you feeling?
How am I feeling? Well, I feel like... I feel like something really strange is happening.
So spooky. I know, the nightmare is terrifying. Oh my gosh, we broke 100. Yay! More than 100 fellow detectives watching. Hello, everyone. Welcome It was my goal at the beginning of this year's Streamathon to crack 100, and I think this is maybe the 4th time we've done it now, so thank you. Thank you so much. It's so good to have you all here. Welcome.
Could you be more specific?
Could I be more specific? Ah, the ace detective is grilling me for details. I'm tired all the time, my mouth is dry, my vision is blurry, but that's not important. Here's what's important, Nancy. There are some doors that should never be opened. There are some doors that hold secrets which must never be known. That's everything you need to know. Now if...
Mummy, can I come in?
No, you're supposed to be in your lessons.
Lessons are over. I want to meet Nancy.
I said no, Jane.
Okay.
That was my stepdaughter. She can be such a pest sometimes. Anyway, I understand you feel an obligation to my mother, but trust me, there's nothing you can do. You're welcome to stay, but I strongly recommend that you go home as soon as possible.
The emotional impact of this game. Wow. I totally agree, Deanna. This game is good, but it will never beat Christmas at Donner Pass. You know? You're right.
Please, Linda, just tell me what's wrong. Linda? Okay, I'll let you rest. But I'll be back. I'm here for you if you need me.
Yeah, it would have been nice to, like, actually get to pull the curtain back on Linda or something.
Hi, Linda.
And yeah, the embroidery is
now.
pretty. Just Minette in disguise. I feel so bad for Jane. I feel so bad for Jane, too. Yeah, the mental health in this game is really fascinating to dissect. Linda's mental health, Jane's mental health. Lots going on there. Love how spooky and gothic the game is without needing jump scares. Very true. Very, very true. I would have loved to get to see more castles like this when we were in England. It's so hard because it's such a big place with so much history.
I need the key.
That it's
I need the key.
Impossible to do everything. Pay no attention to the werewolf behind the curtain.
Hi, you must be Nancy. I'm so pleased you're here. I'm Jane. I know you've come to visit my stepmom, but I'd love it if you could pop by whenever you get the chance. Oh, we'll have such fun. Let's play a game.
It is a really unique ending. So very true.
Sure, Jane. What would you like to play?
Let's play this card game I found in your room. Actually, it's Bridget's room. I mean, it used to be her room. I mean, she died like 300 years ago. You can see a painting of her in the Great Hall. She's the one with the telescope. Okay, so you have to match up a pair of constellations. I made all the matches in 40 tries. Try to beat my record.
Such a creepy room to grow up in. I was just thinking about how, like, there's no way I would live in this manor. I would visit, but there's no way I would live here. Okay. Oh, Lyra, Cygnus, Crater, Scudum, Corvus, Corona, Grus, Columba, Scudum, Corona, Telescopium, Columba, Corvus, Aquila, Aquila, Telescopium, Grus, and Crater.
You beat my score! Felicitations!
That was fun, but I'd like to ask you some questions.
Sure, what do you want to know? About Mummy? I mean, Linda. I do hope you'll help. She's been a bit out of sorts lately.
The hiss in the reef. Have you missed much? I wouldn't say so, Ryder. We've just kind of made it around the manor for the first time. Just chatting with Jane for the first time, too. Does every single ancestor have a room in this place? It seems like the Penvillans who inherited the estate probably did, but it was probably the same room, just rotating.
Do you know why she doesn't want to be seen?
I think maybe it's because of the lady in black. I was playing in Mummy's room when she wasn't there, and when I looked up, there was a lady all dressed in black putting something on Mummy's nightstand.
Haunted history. Spooky. Felicitations.
Did you recognize the woman?
I couldn't see her face because she wore a cape with a hood. The lady put a note on Mummy's nightstand, but I didn't read it. That's when Mummy started feeling poorly. I don't want to think about that. Let's play a game. It will cheer me up.
Hearing the little kids with English accents when we were over in England was pretty adorable.
Sure. What would you like to play?
Look inside the chest over there and pick a game. My great aunt said it's a hope chest, so I put my games in there in the hope someone would come over to play. We can play Bull, Constellation Match, Petroglyph Punch, Skull and Bones, and I also have a jigsaw puzzle.
You sure have a lot of games.
I love games. I want to make computer games when I grow up.
These eyeballs definitely remind me of Legend of the Crystal Skull coming up. That was quite a ways off, though. The Buell game is from Secret of the Scarlet Hand. The Petroglyph Punch is inspired by Secret of Shadow Ranch. But let's play the Skull and Bones game.
Feel like playing Skull and Bones?
I like
My
this one.
friend Hugo bought this for me. It's like Go Fish, but you have to collect 3 of a kind of weird things like zombies and ghosts. You go first.
That horrifying cursed jigsaw puzzle. What part of England did you visit and what parts were your favorites? So we went to London.
Do you have any skulls?
Here you go.
I got a match.
And Bath and the Cotswolds. And we were specifically just outside of a village called Burton-on-the-Water when we were in the Cotswolds.
Do you have any bones?
Nada. Do you have any spiders?
All yours.
Do you have any zombies?
You're going to have to go dig.
And I would say my favorite was our cottage. We stayed in a cottage in the Cotswolds, and oh my gosh, it was stunning.
Do you have any ghosts?
Here you go.
It was just so pretty.
Do you have any coffins?
Sorry. Any bats?
Get out your shovel.
I did also get halfway decent
Do you
at
have any
driving on the left
zombies?
side
Here
of the
you
road.
go.
I got a match.
I was slow. I will say, like, I do not understand how people can go 60 miles per hour on those skinny A roads without, like, I don't understand how you can go 60. So on those, the fastest I could go was 50. On the highways, I was able to go 60, 70 once we were on the M roads. But on those A roads, definitely was getting tailed by some pretty frustrated people. Otherwise, I got fairly decent at driving on the left side of the road. I will say I was pretty proud of myself. Considering how much Jane misses her real mom, find it hard to believe she would call Linda Mummy, and not just Linda. And not just like 6 or something. Yeah, that is interesting. It's an interesting little plot.
Do you have any bones?
Nada.
Ooh, lentil
Would you
tacos.
happen to have any ghosts?
All yours. A match? You're doing great.
No, we
Any
don't have
bats?
spiders.
You're
Kitten
going to
killed
have
it
to
earlier.
go dig.
She took my ghosts. Rude, Jane.
Do you have any coffins?
Sorry. Do you have any spiders?
Go dig.
No spiders. Was it a hard adjustment to drive on the other side?
Do you have any tombstones?
Here you go.
The harder part, I think, was just it wasn't a hard adjustment to be on the other side. It took me a little bit to get used to it. But what was harder about it was that the roads were so narrow. I feel like if the roads were wider, it wouldn't have been nearly as hard because there would have been a little bit more give, a little bit more space to get used to. M roads are more like the highways. Like here in the US, it would be like the roads where you're going like 70 miles per hour, multiple lanes for each side, pretty wide. And the A roads were more like the country roads, like the country highway roads. And the speed limit on those was 60. And I legitimately could not do that. That was you driving home from work today? You always do 60, get stuck behind tourists this time of year who do 20, 30. And I'm so infuriated. Driving to Stonehenge, the fastest I could go was 40. And I know people were so annoyed with me and I felt so bad. I got honked at twice on the way to Stonehenge or on the way back from Stonehenge. But once we got to the Cotswolds, I was starting to get a lot more comfortable with it and I was able to go 50. And people were a little bit more understanding of 50. And I felt so bad. I was like, these poor people behind me probably hate me so much.
Do you have any tombstones?
Sorry.
And I do not blame them.
Do you have any spiders?
Get out your shovel.
It was pretty funny. But yeah, it was...
Do you have any bats?
Here you go.
Being on the other side wasn't bad, but being on such narrow roads on the other side was bad.
Do you have any bones?
Here you go.
That's a match. Do you have any coffins?
Nada.
That's a match.
Ooh, I just got a bat. Nice.
Your witches, please?
Sorry.
I do not have any witches. Did you ask about Jane's guinea pig? Not yet. What did I just get? Skulls, bones.
Do you have any tombstones?
Nada. Any haunted houses?
No!
All yours.
It's mine.
Do you have any spiders?
Get out your shovel.
Do the M and the A stand for anything? I do not know. I have no idea. We picked up our rental car when we got in Bath. Otherwise, we did like trains and the underground and everything in London. And we took a taxi from the train station in Bath to the rental car place. And we asked the taxi driver for all of his top tips for driving. And he gave us a lot of good ones.
Do you have any coffins?
Go dig. Do you have any spiders?
All yours. A match? You're doing great.
We
Your
specifically
witches, please?
requested an
Sorry.
automatic because neither Mr. WizardKitten nor I have ever driven a manual car before. So yeah, we specifically requested an automatic, and we got this French car. It was honestly pretty like international driver friendly because it also had lane assist. So every time I got too close to the left side, it would kind of like direct me back towards the middle of the road.
Do you have any
Which is nice.
tombstones?
Dig.
That's a match.
Your witches, please?
Afraid not.
Do
A
you have
match?
any coffins?
You're doing great. Do you have any coffins?
Here you go.
You got into a car accident because a British tourist turned onto the wrong side of the road. Everyone was okay. And I was so worried I was going to be that person. I was absolutely
Do you have
terrified.
any coffins?
Nada.
That's a match.
Your,
Your
witches, please?
I win.
Hey, pretty good.
No
Nice job,
flies on
Nancy.
you, Nancy Drew.
A road designated as a motorway. So that's an M road. An A road is a principal road between towns which may be used by all traffic. That makes sense. So M is for motorway.
Have you ever seen anything strange outside?
Once I saw my Uncle Roger's toupee fly off during a windstorm. Talk about freaky.
I mean, have you seen a strange animal outside?
No, but I have heard weird noises like this. Howling. But not like a dog howling, more like something human. I don't want to think about that. It's scary enough having to live in this gloomy place.
Edgy go fish. That is a great way to describe that.
Have you played that game on the computer in the library about the 13 ghosts?
Why do you want to play some dumb old computer game when you can play a game with me? No, I've never played it.
That's exactly the one, Lauren. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's what it was. It was a fancy red. It felt like a French sports car. I don't know if it was actually a sports car, but it was red and it was French and it was a Peugeot. Oh yeah, that reminds me. The best mispronunciation mishap that we had, you'll probably find this hilarious, Sofinda. When I was looking at all of the train stations and trying to like map out our routes, the station VAUXHALL. When I saw that in my head, I was like, oh, Vauxhall. Yeah, you know, like Vauxhall. So when we were at the train station, eventually we had to ask someone, which train can we get on to go to Vauxhall? And we had to say it 3 times before the guy was like, you mean Vauxhall? Vauxhall? And we were like, oh, yep, that one. That one, not Vauxhall, Vauxhall.
Do you think there's a treasure hidden around here?
I highly doubt it. I mean, if there were, wouldn't someone have already found it? When I asked Ethel about it, she said that it's the Penville name and heritage that should be treasured. Blech.
You also have U for unclassified roads and tracks in the countryside. Interesting. They started with A for main, B for lesser, C, and also have C and D roads. First motorways were built, they were M. Some A's changed to M's. Interesting. Vauxhall. Most of the people at the train stations were very understanding of our horrible pronunciations. I think that was the only one that was like egregiously wrong. I feel like there was another one that we said incorrectly, but it wasn't too far off. Trying to remember what it was. Gloucester? Maybe it was Gloucester. Gloucester. I'm probably still saying it wrong. Gloucester?
The lady in black you saw in Linda's room, did she look like anyone you know?
Like I said before, I couldn't really see her face, but she was kind of dressed like the lady in the Great Hall.
Which lady?
Eleanor. I know it sounds
Gloucester.
weird. That's why I didn't
That's
want
it.
to tell anyone. It's too creepy. Sometimes wonder if I just dreamed it all up. Mrs. Drake is always saying I have a rampant imagination.
That's the one. Yeah, I pronounced it Gloucester to the taxi driver, and he corrected us and said it was Gloucester. So that was the other mispronunciation, but it wasn't quite as bad as Vauxhall. Oh, Foxhall. See, that makes a lot more sense.
I should get going.
Au revoir.
Did you go to a Nando's? Is that like we went to it felt like a pharmacy, like it was the size of a pharmacy, but it had like a full grocery store on the inside. And I can't remember what it was called, but I feel like it started with an N. I'm pretty sure it did. Could also be completely wrong. Love this family tree.
That's my family tree. Ask me anything about anyone. Go on, ask me.
Who was Adam?
Like he married Eve. Duh, no kidding. I actually don't know anything about him. I think he was the son of Hugo, though, but I forget.
Pronounced as Lester, that gets me.
Tell me about Garrett.
He drowned on his 19th birthday.
Who was Virginie?
She was married to the Duke of Barrowbold and died in the Great Fire of London.
I'm not going to ask about any of the primary pen villains. I'm only going to ask about their siblings.
Who's Marianne?
She got shipwrecked on this deserted island with a whole bunch of yahoos, and they wrote a story about it. Yeah, that's it.
Gilligan's Island? My aunt. Love doing family trees. I know it. Family trees are so fun.
Who was Peter?
Let's see. He had a wooden leg, and he was attacked by wolves once. That's all I remember.
Not as far back as I would like, Safinda. I think family trees are fascinating. The fact that her made such a detailed tree is so cool. I could not agree more.
Who was Cynthia?
I don't know. I'm kind of tired right now.
These kinds of details are so fun. Cynthia lived to be 99. Go Cynthia.
Tell me about Arthur.
He lived in the Wild West in the Americas and was a bandit with El Diablo's gang.
El Diablo! From Message in a Haunted Mansion.
Who was Alan?
He was my grandfather, but I didn't know him because he died when I was little. I guess he was nice.
What do you know about Letitia?
Loves plants, hates noise. You can ask her about it. She's usually in the conservatory with her plants.
Love and appreciate sat down and made this 5-page detailed family history. This would be such a fun day at work. Like, imagine just getting to sit down and come up with this family tree.
Who was Malachi?
He was a doctor of medicine and did a lot of research on icky skin diseases. Happily, I'm blessed with perfect skin.
Yes, Ryan, we will definitely do that. The voice actress recorded stuff for everyone on this tree. Yes, and coming up with all the backstory for all these people, that would have been so fun. An introduction to ruins. We did not see the Roman baths when we were in Bath. We did go to the Jane Austen Center, and our Airbnb in Bath was a flat.
Nigel gave that to me when I was in the library once. I think he was hoping it would scare me, but it didn't. I'm too smart to believe in that sort of stuff.
AKA a apartment. But it looked out over the city of Bath. We had this stunning view, and there was a window seat, like a bay window seat, in this window looking over the city, and I got to sit there and read Emma, which is my favorite Jane Austen, while looking over the city, and it was absolutely perfection. Symptoms of lycanthropy. Basically, Linda has every single symptom of lycanthropy. Psychology plays a big role in the reasons for lycanthropy. I still haven't played with werewolves in The Sims 4. Haven't gotten to that generation in my Legacy Challenge yet, but I'm pretty excited for it. I think that'll be fun. So Mrs. Drake is in her mid-80s. I guess so, yeah. Terrific replay value. I agree.
I used that to make cakes for Lulu the parrot. That's why the ingredients are so nasty. Like, I would eat mealworms. Aren't you glad we don't have to use that thing to cook our food?
I saw the kitchen. What happened to it?
I guess you could say I happened to it. But it was Ethel's fault. She inspired me to study the oxidation rates of different kinds of cookie doughs. Only my snickerdoodle experiment got away from me.
Yes, they did, Ryder. Yes, they did. The Colin Firth wet t-shirt mannequin. Or there was at least a Colin Firth mannequin. We got to take a picture with the mannequin, said mannequin. Colin Firth is one of my favorite actors. I find him extremely handsome and dreamy. So yeah, I had to take a picture with that, obviously.
Mealworms. Do you mind if I make something?
Go right ahead.
Give the address of the Airbnb and DMs on Discord. Might be going to the UK soon and like to go to Bath myself. Yes, I should be able to do that. Is your name the same on Discord? Or maybe if you message me, then I can let you know too. It was so nice. Adventure Nancy is just gonna like put together things that maybe sound like they would be good for a bird. And really not think about it. You know, crackers. Likes crackers. Yeah, let's go with that. Oh, I love Kate Winslet. Colin Firth is Mr. Darcy, no questions. Yes, he is super sexy. I love Colin Firth so much. Big ol' crush on Colin Firth. Love how cute the mini oven is. Oh, that's really tough, Milo. Soph in your server, I'll message you though. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That'll just help me remember. I wouldn't want to forget.
Who's this?
That's my mum, my real mum. She's an opera singer. It's not like she's famous or anything, but she does live in Paris.
Colin Firth, your preferred Mr. Darcy? Yes. And in Sense and Sensibility, that's the one with Alan Rickman, yes?
What is this book?
Don't know really. Ethel gave it to me. She said it belonged to my grandfather. Do you think Brady Armstrong is cute?
Big ol' Alan Rickman fan right here. Yes, it is. That one. Who's everyone's Jane Austen crush? Mr. Knightley. I love Emma, and I'm a sucker for Mr. Knightley. Mr. Darcy, obviously, because Mr. Darcy, but as far as like actual personalities of the actual characters, I like Mr. Knightley a lot. He's the Colonel, yes, him. Also, can we talk about how genius this Mutus Liber book is? Literally has hints to every single puzzle.
Each of those cups seems to be associated with a Roman numeral.
Hints to every single puzzle in the game. As long as you can just like interpret the images, and I love that. Welcome back, Maple. Favorite room or music track in this game? I love the room that Nancy stays in.
That was written by Charles Penvillin way back in like the 1500s. When I read it, it seemed really familiar, you know?
And I love Knightley's Grown on You too, yeah. The entire soundtrack. I love this entire soundtrack. This book makes no sense to me. It is kind of confusing. But let's go look at it after we read this poem. As the moon rises upon thee, fear not, but draw upon the strength of absent friends, and toast to their memories in happiness and wonder. With the stalwart heart of a knight, let charity be thy guiding angel. Stay firm in knowledge as a dedicated geometer, and fear not the ravages of Father Time. For, dear child, as you learn the lessons of folly, the secrets of this world shall dawn in thy soul. Love it, love it. Okay, so like the Mutus Liber, basically just a fancy picture book. These symbols are the symbols for like water, earth, fire, and air. These symbols are, I believe, just like alchemy symbols. But then, like, again, we see the symbols for water, earth, fire, and air with the dragon. So we're just thinking, like, okay, maybe fire. And this reminds me of the rooms. So, like, this is the alchemy lab, and this is how you get there. So this is kind of the map of the moving rooms puzzle. And this tells us, like, okay, so the cup has to be, all of the cups have to be 4 for the water puzzle when we get there, because this is the symbol for water. So I just think that's super cool that they're, and like, this is the Aeolus. This is a hint to the Aeolus puzzle and the different winds that move. So this is telling us, like, the north wind and the west wind are really strong, I think, is what this is telling us. And then, like, this is Mercury, I believe. And then these are the gargoyles. So that's, like, telling us this is how you tame the gargoyles, is with this wand kind of thing. I just love this. Colonel Fitzwilliam is an underrated Austen crush of mine. Love it. For all you Austen fans, the other Austen Tumblr page is amazing. Oh my gosh, love that. And then this, obviously, is the key at the end. So this is how you know which crests, which family crests to use in which place to make the final key. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Eek, I thought so. I thought you were gonna blink at me, sneaky little dog, you. Okay, so these are for the poem. Let's go up this way. I love these stairs. Okay, so what I love about this puzzle is that the answer spells out bad caddy, which is Caddy, Cadborosaurus from Danger on Deception Island. So the answer spells out bad caddy. And these last two make train noises. Oh, well, this one makes a train noise, so Last Train to Bloomin' Canyon. This one makes a clock noise for Secret of the Old Clock. So, lots of cookies there. Love that. My problematic crush is Rochester and Jane Eyre. We love a good problematic crush.
There goes my cell phone. Hello?
Hi, Nancy. It's Mrs. Petrov. How is everything? Have you seen Linda yet?
Oh my gosh, Sam, imagine. That'd be the coolest bed and breakfast ever.
Yes, and I'm afraid she seemed really depressed.
I'm just about at my wit's end. I've never known her to act like this. The last doctor that examined her said that aside from a little dry skin, which is not unusual for her, she was perfectly fine.
Maybe she's just unhappy here.
I don't know why. I mean, she absolutely adores Hugh. She was thrilled when they got married and couldn't wait to start a new life with him and his daughter there in England. Something has changed her. Something in that house. Hugh is just as bewildered and upset by her behavior as I am. Please get to the bottom of this, Nancy. You're our last hope.
You can't imagine why she could possibly be depressed? Let's think for a second.
Where is Hugh?
He was called to Rome. As a diplomat, he's always being called out of the country without warning and without any say in the matter. He'd much rather be there with Linda, although...
The Shattered Medallion room would just be a tent surrounded by sheep. We got to see lots of sheep when we were in England, and that made my sheep-loving heart very happy.
Mrs. Petrov? Are you there?
It's just that Hugh said it hasn't been very easy for him to talk to her lately. Whenever he calls, which is at least once a day, Linda always seems to fly off the handle for no reason, which doesn't make sense. Linda has always been extremely level-headed and even-tempered. She never gets angry. At least she didn't used to.
Who exactly is Mrs. Drake?
She's Hugh's aunt. She's taken care of Blackmoor Manor ever since her brother died. He was Hugh's father. She's a bit of a character.
I get that, Monkey. She's not being very understanding, that is for sure. Are we doing the Hugh subplot? I'm trying to think about which one you're referring to. You mean just kind of like calling him and keeping him in the loop?
In what way?
The way she spends all her time in that conservatory, slouching around, trowel in hand, murmuring to herself. You'd think she was burying something. Or somebody.
Or somebody.
Goodbye, Mrs. Petrov.
Goodbye, Nancy. Oh, one more thing. My niece is on call and her husband's out of town, and I told her I'd go over there and babysit if she had to work. So if you call and I don't answer, that's why. Bye.
Have a good time at work, Sully.
She's probably sleeping.
Oh, is she? How late is it? Oh. It's quite late. Hey, we can do a ghost hunt. Right? No. Right? No. Midnight. Midnight. Let's explore our room a little bit first. I forgot to ask Jane about her guinea pig. When? These things are fun. Don't know why we have it in this game, but it's fun. Okay, this puzzle box. Mrs. Drake wake-up call. Ludi sin gaudio, ludi non sunt. Okay, so this is what we need for this puzzle. So north is all the way red. And north, we are using this map, the last one. Bruma. So north is Draco. So the dragon is all the way red. Dragon, red. Like so. Okay, so we want red and then the moon kind of covering on the right half, a crescent moon on the right. Red with a crescent moon on the right. Or Leo, hey! Birthday! Oops. I feel very lucky, because at some point this week, it's like sort of a surprise, sort of isn't, because I kind of got to say what I would like to do for my birthday, but with friends, we are either going to do an escape room or a murder mystery dinner. Equally excited for whichever one happens. I'm thinking it's probably going to be an escape room. But I haven't had like a birthday party with friends since I was 16. So to get to do something with friends in celebration of my birthday, I'm so excited. South green, and we want them it covered up on the left side. South green, sleigh birthday party ideas. Lepus. Okay, rabbit. Green. The green rabbit. Here we go. Thank you, Em. And yes, this half is covered. Okay, perfect. Escape room sounds exciting. I've done it once before, and I loved it. It was like a zombie theme, which was fun. I'm hoping maybe like something historical, but you also don't always get to pick what the theme is because they kind of swap them out sometimes depending on the place. So happy for you. Your friends all live in different countries, so you can't really get together for stuff. Oh, I get that, Maple. One of our really close friend couples is actually moving a couple states away, and it's really hard. It's tough when friends live far away. Okay, blue crescent moon on the left. Blue crescent moon on the left. For Pisces. Don't watch the movie Cube. I will not. Blue. Crescent moon over here. Okay, so then the last one is just like covered all the way, blacked out, and that is the... There you go, Maple. That's a great idea. Greetings, Anna. Welcome to the stream. Some sort of murder mystery train ride closest to where you live that you've been wanting to do? That sounds so fun. Links. Okay, so the links is... fully.
Wonder what this
There
is.
we go. Such a fun little puzzle box, and I love that it just matches the crest above the fireplace too. That's just such a cool idea.
This lens is supposed to go into a telescope that sits on a tripod.
Okay, so telescope lens, tripod. So we have the lens. We do not, however, have the telescope. I have not one. Okay. Nancy's suitcase. We love to see it. Ethel sounds like Nicole Kidman.
Wonder what goes there.
This. Aha. Okay, so now it is the order of the zodiac sign, which I always forget. Search. Why stars seem to move. Okay, so we start with Aries. What's everyone's zodiac sign? Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. So Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. Oh, I can't remember which one is Virgo. The symbol for Virgo is... Okay. It's got the little fishy at the end of the M. And then Libra is the horseshoe, and then Scorpio. Okay. And then Libra, little horseshoe thing. Here we go. And then Scorpio. Okay, what do we got here? Geminis, couple Geminis, some Libra, Scorpio. Take a guess. Taurus. Several Scorpios. Aries, Virgo, Libra, cusp. Very nice. Gemini, Taurus. Maple and me twinning on so many things, apparently. Several Libras here today. Love that. Leo. Hello, fellow Leo. Leo, although I'm pretty bad at being a Leo. Much more of a Cancer, to be honest. Sid, I so understand that. I'm an Aries moon and an Aries rising. So I guess I'm more of like an Aries. I probably show up more like an Aries. I've always felt like a pretty bad Leo, too. I'm working on it. Okay, and then we have Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. There we go. Always remember Libra because it looks like a horseshoe. Aquarius like waves. Aries and Taurus resemble the animals. The ram and bull. Yes, those ones I definitely find easier to remember as well. Okay, we found the moon. This is for the moon pillar. We've already looked at that. This is where the telescope will eventually need to go. We could order some food. And also call Hugh. Let's call Hugh first.
Hugh Penvillin here.
Hello, Mr. Penvillin. This is Nancy Drew. I'm the one who's visiting Linda. You know, from the United States, across the pond.
Yes, of course. Are you at Blackmoor?
Yes, I am, and I've talked to Linda.
Good for you, because frankly, that's something I've been quite unable to do lately. These temper tantrums of hers make rational discourse well nigh impossible.
You're a Gemini and you fit it. Very nice.
She gets angry for no reason?
Absolutely none. We'll be talking on the phone about the weather or Jane's lessons or something equally innocuous, and suddenly she'll be bellowing at me and slamming the phone down.
There must be something that sets her off.
Everything sets her off. I promise you, these rages of hers are totally uncalled for and quite unbearable. I love her dearly, but she's making things very difficult.
Triple fire. You're so calm, though. I know. Like, when I think about being a triple fire sign, it makes a lot of sense. But I've gotten pretty good at masking the triple fire. We'll just put it that way. The world is not necessarily kind to triple fire little girls. So I learned to tamp down the fire. And now as an adult, I'm trying to learn how to reignite the fire.
I understand that Mrs. Drake is your aunt?
Yes, Aunt Letitia. We're not very close, however. She's always been rather aloof, much more interested in being a Penvillin than a person, if you know what I mean.
Hugh, have you tried actually listening?
She seems kind of irritable.
That's putting it mildly. But then I imagine she's feeling a bit insecure. She's getting on in years and she's alone and she's totally dependent upon me. Financially, that is. Although there is the 6-month habitation clause.
The what?
According to the Penvillin rules of inheritance, the spouse of Blackmoor Manor's current owner, that would be Linda since I'm the current owner, the spouse of the current owner must reside in the manor for at least 6 months. Should she or he leave the manor before 6 months is up, ownership of 1/2 of the estate immediately passes to the next legal heir.
And that would be Mrs. Drake.
Correct.
Which is a horrible clause. I didn't start the fire. In my best Deirdre voice.
I met your daughter Jane.
Quite the bundle of energy, isn't she?
You know, Hugh, communication.
I get the feeling that she's a little lonely.
I'm sure she is, what with a private tutor instead of school and Linda being under the weather. And coming back to Blackmoor no doubt reminds her of her real mother. Renee and I were divorced almost 2 years ago. Jane went into a bit of a tailspin for a while, but she's come to adore Linda. She's been calling her mummy since the day we were married.
Did you maybe consider staying home? Such shade. Greetings, Priya. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. How are you?
Have you spent much time on your father's computer? The one that's in the library?
I dare say I've never touched it. Mathematics, computer science, linguistics, all the things that fascinated my scholarly father bored me to tears. He gave up on me quite early on. With Jane, however, it was a different story.
What do you mean?
From the day she was born, my father doted on her, far more than he ever doted on me. Read to her, bought her books, games. Truth be told, I was a bit jealous. He passed away when she was still a toddler, so it's unlikely she remembers all the attention he showered on her. But I do, and I still find it so out of character as to be mystifying.
It was nice talking to you.
This is an extremely busy time for me, so I apologize in advance if you call and I'm unavailable.
I understand.
Good. Cheerio.
Mm-hmm. Which I like, Ryan, because it's a perfectly reasonable, like, motive. Okay, what kind of food are we gonna get?
Boar's Head Pub, this is Tommy.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. I'm supposed to call you if I want some food.
Right. Nancy Drew, out at the old Blackmoor Manor, are you? You must be Hank Marvin up there. Pity about your kitchen, but we'll fix you up for some Becks and Posh. Just tell me what you'd like.
Okay. What do you have?
We've got some loop-de-loop, bangers and mash, a real fine pinky and perky, and a delicious dog's eye, me fork and knife, just rubber-ducked.
I was thinking the dog's eye, too.
Could you repeat that?
Sure, we've got some loop-de-loop, bangers and mash, pinky and perky, and a dog's eye, and they're all Robin Hood.
Because that's the closest thing that I actually had over in England was the dog's eye.
Can I have the dog's eye?
That'll make me Gooseberry right proud. Uncle Fred and Johnny Rudder?
We'll try and get everything throughout this mystery at some point.
Okay.
All right then, we'll come round and leave it at your Rory. Oh, and we've got no hot potato about, so it might take a bit, but we'll have it up to you in no time. Fish and taters.
Which I did also have. I had a mushroom soup in a very small, very local, very authentic pub in a teeny tiny little village in the Cotswolds.
Who is that?
Nancy, don't walk towards it. Eek.
I wonder if these are what made those red eyes I saw outside the night I arrived.
Mushroom soup. It was really good. Hello. Hello. So spooky. I love it. It's so good.
Mrs. Drake, is that you?
Yeah, it's a meat pie. Dog's eye is a meat pie.
Hello, Mrs. Drake, are you in there? Mrs. Drake!
I didn't arrange for you to visit Blackmoor Manor so you could spend your time scaring the wits out of elderly women.
But I really had no idea Mrs. Drake would react like that. I mean, all I did was knock on her door.
It was the dead of night. What on earth were you expecting? For her to get up and have tea with you?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Petrov. I guess I wasn't thinking.
Well, unfortunately, what's done is done, and there's nothing more to be said. Well, there's one more thing.
I'm fired.
Bingo.
The oops. Adventure Nancy is a menace. Mrs. Drake! Mrs. Drake! She's
Mrs.
like,
Drake? Is that you?
Pay no attention to
come
the
have an
bird
adventure
handler.
with me, Mrs. Drake. Are you just gonna... Okay, there we go. I was like, Nancy, don't leave it on the floor. What is wrong with you? It is 22:04. So 10. Nancy sounds like she has high heels. She might in this game. That would make sense, actually. I think we have to open a door. And then... Aha, let's snoop. Fingertips for typing. Notes. General notes. Also a very valuable resource if you're confused on things in this game. Nigel's notes help a lot. Need more info? Search county archives for comments from peers, fellow students, and neighbors. The manor's on fire. Nancy tries to warn her. Flips out and screams. Scrutinize everything. James so much as touched and find out where she came from. Check all documents in library written in French. In 1775, Philippe's daughter Penelope commissioned artisan Jacques de Vaucanson to create a card-playing automaton named Betty, which still exists in Blackmoor. I've enjoyed several games of Cards Against Betty. It reminds me of the game I played in the States called Go Fish. Locate the notebook she refers to in the letter to her sister. The images on Edward's coat of arms are most curious. Each one seems to be showing some sort of direction. The jouster running to the right, the guard with spear pointing up, the crowned figure motioning to the right, etc. Dig up dirt on Hugh! Your husband just made you fish and chips! Oh my gosh, perfect! Absolutely perfect. Nigel, I'm very intrigued by what you've learned so far at Blackmoor. Good work. I can definitely see this as a bestseller if you deliver the goods, or should I say goodies? Ludmilla. I'd rather you didn't say goodies, actually. Also, he is in Wickford Castle. Treasure in the Royal Tower. So, okay, if we do the moon...
Looks like a piece is missing.
Not anymore, it's not. So this is the one where the oil pours in. To be fair, this game's spooks are randomized, which I definitely prefer. To have them randomized makes them more unpredictable, which therefore makes the scare factor a lot better. Also, I think this is the ring in Secret of Shadow Ranch, is it not? On Betty here. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can do to kill time before it's midnight, and then we can do the ghost hunt game. Hate these weird
That
machine
must be
things.
the food I ordered.
When the moon sleeps and the sun plays.
A meat pie. That dog's eye thing had me worried. This smells delicious.
The Boar's Head is open at 10 at night. Apparently it's open all day. Love when there are when little nods to previous games. Absolutely agree. These
I'm
meat pie
stuffed.
things are like so filling. Oh, I can't take the butter yet? Okay, well. We can, that's what we can do. We can do the key up here. Jane's asleep anyway, it won't bother her. She's not gonna be coming out.
The key fits, but it won't turn. I need to put some kind of grease in there first.
So hungry waiting for my pizza. Pizza sounds so good right now. Snacking on sliced kiwis and cherries. Yum. I had kiwis so much as a kid. They were like...
I can use my Johnny Rudder to grease up that lock outside Jane's room.
One of the most common, if not the most common fruit provided to us at lunchtime. And as an adult, I have like no kiwis. But I should have kiwis more. Kiwis are delightful. Nancy's chewing ASMR. Because it's random, this game is one of the few to still scare me. Same.
This'll loosen things up in there.
I had a sandwich earlier too, Maple. I'll have to make some tea for Mr. WizardKitten and I at some point. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull out the handy-dandy detective notebook because I do not have this order written down. So the other thing I did during the hiatus is I had my week-long in-person class for my doctorate program. And I was pretty anxious for it, honestly. I just didn't know how it would go. I didn't know what we were going to learn. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know if my cohort members would like me. Like, that was honestly my biggest anxiety, is that I wanted to get along with people. And thankfully, it went really well. I did learn quite a bit. Probably could have learned what we did in like 2 days instead of like 5 days in person. Probably could have been shrunk. But I feel like that's often the case with like professional development, leadership, seminar type stuff. It could have been truncated a little bit, but the biggest part is that I really bonded with my cohort members, and I did not expect that to happen, and I am glad that it did. As a highly anxious person, that was my biggest worry for sure, was what other people would think of me. And you know what? It went really well. Yeah, Shattered Medallion for sure. I agree with that. Even if I'm breaking the British food rule, I will never apologize for pizza. And nor should you. But draw upon the strength of absent friends. Okay, strength. This rainbow is pretty. I like this rainbow. I did lots of embroidery while we were in England too. It just felt like an English appropriate activity. And some coloring too, which is the rainbow is reminding me of. The embroidery I did was a pumpkin also. Getting ready for fall. Anyone else? I apologize to anyone who gets super annoyed at the people like me who, you know, maybe expedite the arrival of fall. But I must do it. It's happening. I have a can of pumpkin in my pantry waiting to be baked into a baked good. Like, I showed restraint this morning because I made strawberry white chocolate scones instead of pumpkin scones. So I showed restraint. Fall now, please. Summer's the worst. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, it was going really well. You have 4 days of PD coming up to start the school year. Definitely could be shortened. 100% educator. I am so sorry. I hope it goes fast. The best I can ever get out of PD is like, well, that was like sort of useful. Like, I got one thing useful out of that. Charity. Charity is next. How do we do this? Yeah, like this. Okay. Charity. Oops. You start school tomorrow? Oh no, I am so sorry. Oh no. I hope you get more breaks throughout the school year because of that. Greetings, Shannon. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Your old school used to have 2 weeks of PD. Greetings, Eric. Welcome to the stream. Puts jack-o'-lantern on head and gives thumbs up. Excellent. Drink pumpkin spice all year, doing whatever you can to have some kind of milestone on Halloween. Yes. Don't start until September 7th, and you finish end of April. Okay, okay. Finishing end of April is nice, not having May. How long have you been live? 2 hours about at this point. And we have not killed Lulu yet. However, Adventure Nancy does have a snack for Lulu ready to go. Angel, what is PD? Professional development. Every educator's least favorite thing in the world, possibly. Geometer. Okay, and then what do we put at the end? Dawn and Folly. Dawn, Folly. And Father Time. Well, that worked out. Yay! Did it. Ooh, favorite holiday specials. For Halloween, my absolute favorite will always be Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. I am a sucker for Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. I do also love the Garfield Halloween special, and the Looney Tunes Halloween specials are underrated and so funny. My favorite Christmas movies are Elf and Home Alone. Those are my two, like, must-watch, most important Christmas movies. I think, does this one go down? We'll figure it out later. Let's start with it like that. Can't wait to hand out candy and fun little toys for Halloween. Does anyone have their Halloween costume, like, picked out already? Do Americans not have school during June? Most places try to be, at least in Minnesota, I can't speak for other states, but most schools in Minnesota try to be done by, like, the first couple days of June. So usually the last day of school is, like, June 2nd, typically. Nightmare Before Christmas, it's both. Halloween Town, also a classic. Nightmare Before Christmas, Hocus Pocus. PD meetings for educators is just the principal telling you to build relationships for 3 hours and then giving you advice from when they were teaching 20 years ago that would never work today. Preach. You're so right. That's why it's so frustrating too, is it usually is just so much like, let's talk at the teachers for 3 hours when they could be doing something so much more valuable with their time. But you know, Year Without Santa Claus is the best Christmas movie ever. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Ready for Pumpkin Spice, watching Halloween movies and TV specials. While very jet-lagged and when I fell asleep at 5:30, I had Gilmore Girls on because I was, like, in my head, like, okay, this would be perfect. I can start watching Gilmore Girls and it's going to keep me up a little bit longer so I can get more used to this time zone. Fell asleep after the first episode. So I'm going to have to go back and, like, start again because I can't not, like, watch Gilmore Girls. I want to order the Pinky and Perky because we need the turkey.
Boar's Head, this is Tommy.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. I'd like to order some food.
Sure, we've got some loop-de-loop bangers and mash, Pinky and Perky and a dog's eye, and they're all Robin Hood.
I'd like some Pinky and Perky, please.
Good choice. Uncle Fred and Johnny Rudder?
Middle of June, last day is always the teens of June. Witch or Scarecrow, classic. Feel ripped off, school would stop end of June, start beginning of September. Oof.
Okay.
All right then, we'll come round and leave it at your Rory. Baked potato.
Yeah, as long as I have been a student and an educator in Minnesota, school is typically done by the first couple days of June. Favorite Christmas movie? Polar Express. No, the facial animation does not bother me. Polar Express is a classic. I can definitely respect that. Just finished rewatching Gilmore Girls all the way through your second time. Now you're rewatching A Year in the Life. Love it. I watched Gilmore Girls for the first time last fall, and I'm honestly, like, shocked that I'd never watched it before. I definitely should have. It is glorious and wonderful, and I'm really excited to rewatch it again this fall. Also, I believe this pot is supposed to be from Secret of the Scarlet Hand, but I could be wrong.
Ow! Maybe I should try feeding it something.
Phineas and Ferb, they mentioned 3 months of summer vacation, and you were like, wait a second. I would feel pretty cheated, honestly, too. I do hope that that means that you get more and longer breaks throughout the school year. Because if not, that's sad, and it shouldn't be that way. If you have to go through June, you should get more and longer ones. Ooh, favorite season of Gilmore Girls. Now that is tough. It might be the second season? Second or third? It's close between the second and the third.
That must be the food I ordered.
You're writing a video essay on Gilmore Girls? What's like the theme or the thesis? What are we going for?
Looks like Pinky and Perky is turkey. I knew that. I'm hungrier than I thought.
Perfect fall show, yes. Pocket turkey.
I can use my Johnny Rider to grease up that lock outside Jane's room.
Also, pocket butter. Pocket pancakes, pocket turkey, pocket butter. 2 weeks for Christmas break and for March break. Do you get that? No. Usually spring break is only a week and Christmas break is usually like a week and a half. But I don't think I've ever had a spring break that was longer than a week. Favorite Gilmore Girls season is 1. So cozy. Love getting Jess in season 2. The high school years are the best. Stop watching when Rory graduates. Yeah, I think I do like the high school years a lot. And I was honestly like bummed when she went off to college. And I was kind of like, how are they going to keep the same feeling and the same vibe? And I think they did a pretty decent job in her first year of college. Are we a Jess, Dean, or Logan? Not to start the argument of the century here because this debate is crucial, but Team Jess, Team Dean, or Team Logan? I have a strong opinion on this, and I'm curious to see what other people think. You wish Lane ended up with Dave? I do too. Oh, Lane. I love Lane. What a great character. I am Team Rory be single. There you go. Also a good option. Team Jess. Dean's okay in season 1. Never liked Logan. Team Logan. Jess. I think Rory and Jess had a lot of missed potential. Jess. Team Jess. Greetings, Olivia. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. I did watch them, Jasmine. I did. They were fun. They didn't have quite the same feel as the original. I didn't really expect them to, but they were fun. Your favorite Gilmore Girls ship is Emily and Richard. I love Emily and Richard together. They are soulmates. Logan's my favorite after he did a little growing up. Jess is my problematic fave. He would be terrible to know in real life, but he's great in the show. I am so glad that there are a couple other people here who also agree with me on Team Logan. I think Jess is the most popular option from what I've heard and from when I've talked to like other people. I think Team Jess is the most common one. I never liked Jess. I can see liking him because he's like the bad boy. He's emotional. They have that chemistry, but I don't think they actually have like good communication or good compatibility. Like, I don't think there's really like actual like respect on both sides. I struggled with Dean. Dean was good in season 1, and I think he was a good like high school boyfriend, but then moving forward, he just didn't grow. But Logan grows. Logan develops. He actually has an arc. He like learns with Rory, and I love that. So I'm Team Logan. Gilmore Girls is a TV show. You can watch it on Netflix. Perfect for fall vibes, but it's basically just about this woman named Lorelai who had her daughter Rory when she was 16, and then it's just about Rory in the show is now when the show starts, she is a junior. And just kind of follows their life together. And it's so fun. Dear Mrs. Drake, concerning your recent inquiry, this is to confirm that according to the rules of inheritance to which your nephew Hugh Penvillin agreed when he assumed ownership of Blackmoor Manor, any wife he takes must reside in Blackmoor Manor for 6 consecutive months in the first year of marriage. Should she fail to meet this requirement, half of the estate will pass to the next heir specified in the will of your brother Alan. As you know, you are that heir. What happens if Linda were to pass away? Does that count as not residing in Blackmoor Manor for 6 consecutive months? Team Switzerland. Your team Logan too. He's the least problematic. Rory gets awful romantic options. That's true. What about her mom's boyfriends? Luke all the way. 100% Luke. Always Luke. Haven't finished Gilmore Girls yet, but I know Paris and Lane deserve better. Oh, Paris. She grows a lot too. I really like Paris's arc. Hated Jess. Yes, I agree, Soph. I absolutely agree. You think it nullifies the marriage? I think it does too, which is like so harsh. Like, what happens? It probably wouldn't count unless Linda has a will. Lorelai's your fave, turning 31, getting more into your 30s, aspire to be as confident and quirky and independent and unhinged. Was sorry to hear that Hugh's current wife Linda has been ill. While a change of scenery might be good for her, she must stay at the manor for another 3 months should she and her husband wish to retain full possession of the Blackmoor estate. Please convey to her my sincere hopes for a speedy recovery. And if I may be of further service, do not hesitate to contact me. I love how sketchy this letter looks on the face of it. But knowing how the game ends, it's actually like really sweet. You kind of look like Paris in a good way, do I? I'll take that. I love that. I relate a little bit too much with Paris. Actually, like, I basically was Rory in school. And Paris is just kind of like the amped up, like, very type A version of Rory. How far are we in the game? Decently far. Oh, is that why, Maggie? If you die, she keeps the manor. If she leaves, I give half of it to your sister. You watched Young Frankenstein for the first time. It was so funny. I'm so glad to hear that, Michael. Oh my gosh, that movie is one of my favorite movies of all time. It is so funny. I love Paris and Doyle. I do too. They're meant for each other.
What was that?
Paris needs a very particular kind of person.
Scratch marks, like something was trying to get into my room.
And Doyle can provide that. Can't decide if you see yourself most in Rory, Lane, or Paris. Identify a little with all three of them. I kind of love that. You love Young Frankenstein, but your husband hates it. Mr. WizardKitten thinks that other... What's the director's name? What's his name? Other movies by that director are funnier, but my family has always loved Young Frankenstein and been obsessed with it. The first time he meets Igor, I was laughing so hard. Fabluka! Mel Brooks, that's it. My brain kept telling me Mel Gibson, and I was like, that is not it. It is not Mel Gibson. That is incorrect. Incorrect brain.
So who's ready to go in a ghost hunt?
Nobody.
Remember, you mustn't waste any time. Our little chums won't stay visible for long. So, on your mark, get set, go!
I got nobody. Hello, would you like to go for a roll in the hay? It's fun. Roll, roll, roll in the hay. Roll, roll, roll in the hay. Okay, how many ghosts are there? 10? Thankfully, Nancy will tell me how many there are. The facial humor, it's so
3 down,
good.
10 to go.
The actor who plays Igor is just doing the most, and I love it. So who wants to go on a ghost hunt? I do too. I quote it all the time as well. Ghost. Oh wait, we don't have to go into that room that's locked, do we? Can you talk to Carson in this game? No, I don't think so. I think it's just Hugh and Linda's mom. And... Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else we can talk to? Bless Gene Wilder. Gene Wilder is a genius. Greetings, Centane, by the way. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. Didn't you used to have that on the other side? What? What hump? We can talk to Ned? Okay. Yes. Oops. Okay, let's go upstairs. Spaceballs Pizza the Hut. Oh my gosh, Spaceballs. What a wild ride that is.
Ten down, 3 to go.
Oh, it's not 10 or a dozen, it's 13. Well, how unlucky. Okay, which one am I missing? Because there's one up here, so this is number 12. On the bottom of the steps. No? What? Knockers? Oh, I thank you, doctor. Bottom of the steps. Bottom of the steps. Listen to me very carefully. Don't put
ghost number
the
13.
candle back. Put the candle back. Do you get an Easter egg when you do this? No, I think it's actually like a requirement of the game.
Congratulations! You're one of the few people who have seen the 13 ghosts of Blackmoor Manor. As a reward, I'm going to let you in on a little secret.
When you are facing the green dragon, look to the left and pull below the vase with the tree.
But a word to the wise, if you're wearing a hat, hang on to it, have fun!
So that's how we know then about the slide. Okay, I think Nancy can go to bed. Wake up. Let's go to bed until like 10. She's had a long day. She deserves 10 hours of sleep. Yeah, Nancy won't go through the passageway if you don't. Okay.
What is that?
Oh. We're gonna sleep though.
Maybe I'd better have a look around.
Abby, normal. Hello? Okay, well, we kind of need to talk to people at this point, so enough scary witchy noises in the middle of the night, just a little 3 a.m. chant. No pops out window. That sounds nothing like any of the characters. So that is an actual ghost then. That's what I'm thinking. Abby, normal.
What's that?
Again.
He was Randolph's grandson and the first initiate. Odo did not have the proper qualities for Randolph's instruction.
Because he was stupid.
No, Jane. It's because Randolph believed that the proper qualities skip every generation. We talked about that, remember?
I guess.
Milo was a great soldier, just like his grandfather. And with his grandfather's help, he was victorious at Caen.
That was a battle fought in 1417, during the 100 Years' War.
That's right.
But I don't understand something. The 100 Years' War lasted longer than 100 years, right? So why do they call it that? Why don't they call it the 116-year war, huh?
Oh my, look at the time. We need to go over your geometry. Please open your book to page 46 and read silently.
Exactly, Sofinda. Just ordered your 5 a.m. Mickey D's. Very nice, Riley. If I have not said hello yet, welcome. So good to see you. Everything unexplained I blame on the parrot. Fair. Very fair.
I'm sorry to bother you again, but Jane told me about the lady in black.
What lady in black? Jane never said anything to me about a lady in black. That kid is so weird. I just don't get her.
Did you receive a note or something that's upset you?
I did receive something. But it's none of your concern. You can't help me, and that's that. I'm sorry.
Linda, you have to give me a chance. Everyone is so worried about you. If you just tell me what's happened, maybe I could help. Linda? I made a promise to your mother and I plan to keep it. I'm here for you when you need me.
Someone took notes from Abby in Haunted Mansion. For sure. Some haunting vibes. Okay, is Nigel here?
Hello, Nancy.
Have you seen any ruins anywhere in the manor?
You mean like Norse runes? No, I haven't. I don't really know much about them anyway. Dead languages aren't really my bag, you know?
I'll let you get back to your work.
Farewell.
Dead languages aren't really my bag, you know. Ho 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 ho. Trying to think if there's anything else that's been new that I haven't shared yet. I did my doctorate class. We talked about England. Talked about birthday plans. Ooh, gonna make some espresso. Love it. What else has been going on? No true historian would ever say that. What else is new?
Yes?
I spoke with Mr. Tucker at the Boar's Head pub, but frankly, I'm not at all sure what he said.
Yes, his language is quite colorful, isn't it? He's Cockney, you see. My brother Alan and I loved to make up Cockney rhymes when we were young. We'd drive our governess quite batty. Haven't got a pot of glue, haven't got a pot of glue. Ha! How we teased her.
Although actually going to make an espresso also sounds like a good idea. Sewing a pillowcase, fun.
Pot of glue?
A clue, dear. Haven't got a clue. Rhymes with glue, you see.
I haven't got a pot of glue.
The picture book in Jane's room. Do you know much about its history?
My brother Alan found it somewhere in the house. He was quite fascinated by it, but he'd never let me look at it.
What was your brother Alan like?
He was quite remarkable. He taught linguistics and computer science and won many prestigious awards. He loved games, especially pranks, and was forever tinkering with this and that. I do miss him sometimes, but now he's gone. He died a month after my husband passed away, and ever since I've been here all alone. Until Hugh came back from the United States, that is.
Poor Mrs. Drake. Done with your work, Lurk? See you later, writer.
Do you believe that Blackmoor Manor is haunted?
No, of course not. I've lived here for many, many years, and I can tell you without a doubt that absolutely no ghosts walk these halls. An occasional odd creak here and there, yes, but no ghosts. But I do sometimes wonder if those who have passed away remain with us, lingering on. I miss my brother terribly, and I sometimes wonder if he is, in some way, still here.
Goodbye.
The pleasure is all mine, child.
A house this old and this spooky? You can't tell me there's not ghosts here, Mrs. Drake. I know, that's two such huge losses right next to each other. That's awful. Sounds like a wise owl. Were the people in England kind of rude to you? Generally, no. Most of the people, even in London, like even when we were being dumb tourists in the train station and taking far too long to do basic things, most people were understanding. Like, I could hear a little bit of annoyance in their voice, but nobody ever said anything directly. They were just kind of like, the ticket's not coming out that way. They were more like providing information, sounding a little annoyed, but to be fair, we were being very annoying. Ooh, nachos, yum. So generally, I would say no. I would say people were a lot more friendly overall than they were rude. We only had one rude experience where we were in a crosswalk and cars were trying to turn in and we had some things shouted at us, but that was the only rude experience. In general, I would say it was mostly quite friendly. I would say the cab drivers were really, they didn't say much.
Good. Again?
They basically didn't talk to us at all. The only time one of our cab drivers spoke with us was when I asked him about driving tips, and then he was very, like, willing. Did warn you that cars don't stop. We'll just try to plow into you. You did. And in general, we were very good at looking both ways and trying to avoid. This was actually in Bath when this happened. This wasn't even in London. And it was pretty late at night. We were generally very good at looking both ways and making sure there weren't any cars coming. But in this one instance, Mr. WizardKitten just kind of went. And it was a blind corner with like a brick wall. So we couldn't see anything behind us and they were turning in. But yeah. Yeah, yep, definitely less likely to be outright rude, kind of like Midwesterners. I would agree with that, Maggie. Did you stay exclusively in London? No. We were in London for about 3 or 4 days. We were in Bath for about 2 days, and then the Cotswolds for 3 or 4 days. Your husband and you couldn't believe that in New York, cars stop for people crossing the roads. Yep. And it's, like, definitely the opposite here, too, where, like, if you're the car and you don't stop, then you are definitely considered very rude. But it seemed like if you were, like, the pedestrian holding up traffic, then that was considered rude when we were in the UK. Yes, Eleanor was adopted. Greetings, Amanda. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. How are you? It was a very interesting time. People here are always willing to help tourists, but if it's anything to do with driving, everyone has road rage. I'm including myself in this, which is completely fair because I would feel exactly the same way. I would be like, oh my god, here is another tourist who doesn't know what they're doing, slowing me down. I would feel exactly the same, so I totally get that. I knew I was pissing people off.
Hugh Penvillin.
Hello, Mr. Penvillin. It's Nancy Drew again.
Yes, good to hear from you. I am a bit pressed for time, however.
And I felt really bad about it, but I did my best. I did my best.
Are you aware that those columns in the Great Hall can be opened up?
The columns in the Great Hall open up? Why on earth would they do that?
I'm not sure yet.
And more to the point, what do the columns in the Great Hall have to do with Linda?
I'm not sure about that either.
My mother-in-law's counting on you to find out what's wrong with Linda. I'm counting on you. Linda's counting on you. I do hope you won't allow yourself to get distracted.
It was nice talking to you.
Do keep me posted.
In London, I would say my favorite places were the Tate Britain and the Globe Theatre where we saw Macbeth. But for the Bath in general was just beautiful, and the Cotswolds in general were just beautiful. So I would say like Bath and the Cotswolds were definitely my favorite, but within London, the Tate Britain and the Globe Theatre were my favorite.
Boar's Head, this is Tommy.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. I'd like to order some food.
Sure, we've got some loop-de-loop bangers and mash, pinky and perky and a dog's eye, and they're all Robin Hood.
Your husband said that was a good wide road? We were driving from Bath. We were driving from Bath down to like the Salisbury area. Is that still considered a wide road? Because that felt like the most narrow, scary road I've ever been on. Oh no, I love it. That's so funny. Been busy with college, starting back up, getting everything ready at the college bookstore, plus the thrift store you work at is opening a third store. Oh my gosh, very busy. That sounds exciting, Amanda. I hope that continues to go well. Do keep me posted. How long were you there? 11 days, including the flying days. Long time.
Bangers and mash.
Rightio. Uncle Fred and Johnny Rudder?
Okay.
All right then. We'll come round and leave it at your Rory. Baked potato.
Is Harrods a store or is that a place? We did not go to any like cities named Harrods, but I'm trying to think if we like went to a store because that sounds vaguely familiar.
Écoutez, répétez. Je suis, tu es, il est.
Je suis, tu es.
I agree, Tarian.
Nous sommes, vous
I'm gonna put a
êtes,
picture of the
ils
road you
sont.
take to work in the
Nous
Discord, which
sommes,
is 60
vous
miles
êtes,
per hour,
ils
and then
sont.
you'll see.
This is not a good time.
Well, too bad, Ethel. I want to talk to you. It's a giant department store. Okay. We went to a department store. Wait, no. No, we did not. We did not go to a department store. We went to like a very tiny grocery store, not a department store. So no, I do not think we went to a Harrods, but we might have seen one. You went to Germany for 21 days with only a backpack? Oh my goodness.
Hi, Linda.
Nancy? I can't believe you're still here. I thought for sure that maybe you can help me.
I will say by the end of the trip, like so grateful we got to go. Absolutely wonderful experience. I do think we should have built in more rest days just with how busy it was and me being an introvert. I think that would have been smart. I also just feel like from an anxiety perspective, and maybe my fellow anxiety feelers can relate to this, but just the sheer stress of travel and having so many things out of my control and not knowing what to expect every single day was so hard for me. I was definitely like on edge most of the trip, and I was able to like, you know, have some good experiences still, manage the anxiety for the most part, but coming back and feeling just like how much better I feel when I'm at home is a very different experience because like I know what to expect here. I know how to get places. I can get myself anywhere that I need to go without any difficulty. I don't have to think about it. I can just do it. I know what the food tastes like. I know what foods I like all of that sort of stuff. Just having that amount of control and understanding and comfort, it made me feel so much better when I got home. Still very grateful to go on the trip. Definitely would do it again. Very glad that we did it. But coming back, I was ready. Being away from Mel too, like my spirit animal, my little fur baby, my comfort animal. Yeah, I learned a lot on this trip about what I should do when I travel in the future to balance the anxiety. I bet that was a bit stressful and anxious. At least you had something of a good time. Yes. Yep, I was able to like make it work, but it took a lot of work. It was work for me. That makes sense. Feel that 100%. Oh yeah, always good to go and to come back. Yes, exactly. Always include rest days in your holiday. I think that's something you learn more and more times you go abroad. Yes, specifically abroad too. Because I think we were just trying to fit in as much as we could in such a short amount of time. And doing it again, I definitely would have put more rest days in there. Look back at your travels with fond memories, but thinking about the energy of trying to travel again. Yes, it's hard. And I never had health anxiety before the pandemic, but I came out of the pandemic with health anxiety. And so just like being around people in an international space, big crowds, a lot of that was really tough. And not knowing when there would be crowds or when there wouldn't be, like just not knowing what to expect, that was so hard. It was tough. You're a flight attendant. You know all the tricks. Would love to help. I will definitely remember that, Catherine. When we don't have structure and routine. Yes. Yep. I needed some assistance, Ryan, that's for sure. You're the same way. Once you're there, it's fine. It's just getting there that's stressful. Yeah, a lot of the time the anxiety, the anticipatory anxiety is worse than the actual, like, experience. You really wanted to travel, but you're so nervous things won't be able to control, especially food. Yeah. And, like, when I travel to different places in the U.S., I have a much easier time. I think it was the international stuff, which I haven't done in a very long time. That was just like that added level of unpredictability because of a lot of just different things that are different that I am not used to from being here. Reason lots of people take long vacations when it comes to international travel. Yes. Don't have to cram everything into your trip. Okay to just veg out in the hotel for a day or two. Yes. And I definitely need to remember that next time.
What did the lady in black leave for you on your nightstand?
All I know is I've awakened something in this house. Something that refuses to rest.
Definitely, Maggie.
What did you do?
One day after Hugh left for Rome, I inadvertently discovered a secret passageway. I started to explore it. And pretty soon I found this really old-looking message etched into the wall. When I read it, I realized it was some kind of ancient curse. I tried to laugh it off, but it was kind of unnerving. So I went back to my room and found a note on my nightstand. And on it was written the exact same curse. That very night, I started to feel strange. The curse has been coming true ever since.
Yes, exactly, Maple. Greetings, Nick. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. How are you?
Where is the secret passageway?
I can't tell you that. I've already caused my own doom. I won't do the same to you.
I can handle it, Linda, really.
You have no idea what you're up against.
Can I at least see the note that was left on your nightstand?
I burned it as soon as I read it. I don't know why I bothered telling you this. You can't do anything for me. I should have listened, but I didn't. And now what's done is done.
Yes, so many just like micro decisions throughout the time of flying in an airport, Centane. I totally understand. I prepared for this trip. Like I had a therapy appointment pretty close to it when we left for the trip. And the mantra that I was using when we were on the plane was like, thousands of planes fly every day. Thousands of planes fly every day. Because they do. There are literally thousands of planes flying right now, every day, all over the place. Or hundreds. Hundreds, thousands, regardless. There's tons of planes in the air right now. And they all do just fine. So that was like my mantra. But that doesn't always like make the anxiety go away fully. It can help. But you know, it can still be stressful.
How well do you get along with Jane?
I've been giving it the old college try, believe me. But she can just be so strange sometimes.
Yeah, Dramamine knocks me out cold. That's so nice, Catherine. That's really nice to know.
Maybe she's just trying too hard to get you to like her.
That could be part of it, but she'll just do the oddest things. Like one night just after Hugh left, she came into my room and insisted I read a book to her.
That doesn't sound very odd to me.
The book was on monsters, vampires and werewolves and witches. I mean, what kind of little girl reads books like that? She fits right into this house, that's for sure.
How many of you as kids loved books? She's basically just describing fantasy books. Vampires, werewolves, and witches.
I'll see you soon.
Please.
It's not that bad. Okay, so now we know about the secret passageway, I think.
I need something else for this.
I honestly forgot. I wasn't listening super carefully to what Linda was saying, but, you know.
I need the key. I need the key.
Okay.
Polly is a stupid bird. Polly is a stupid bird.
I think I also
Polly
need
is a stupid bird. Polly
Jane.
is a stupid bird.
Judgmental. Yeah, like Harry Potter, Twilight, like so many just like fantasy stories made for kids. Yeah, Goosebumps, like, I don't know. She's acting like it's the worst thing ever. Like, what sort of awful, weird kid would be into this sort of stuff? I don't know.
Yes?
Goodbye.
Run along.
All of them? Quit your pearl clutching. Yeah, scary stories to tell in the dark. Every girl I know has been through an occult phase. Yes. Okay, I think we need Jane.
Hello, Nancy.
I'll let you get back to your work.
Farewell.
An illustrated Dracula. Yeah, what did Linda read? What kind of books are you reading?
Je suis tu et il est.
Okay, I think let's set the alarm for like 5. I
That
think
must
that's
be
when.
the food I ordered.
Oh yeah, good.
Bangers and mash, huh? Looks like sausages to me. Tommy's cooking is beginning to grow on me.
Never had mashed potatoes. Now that I think of it,
That hit the spot.
None of the dishes we ever had mashed potatoes. We did have chips though, like fries, not crisps. Ooh, digestives are really good. They're like a thin little cookie. And we got the dark chocolate ones, and they were so good. They were really yummy. That was like our treat from the grocery store that we tried. For a second, I thought you meant that you had never had mashed potatoes at all, and I got so scared. Sorry, in England, we never had mashed potatoes. If you'd had bangers and mash, you might have had some slightly tastier sausages. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. We might just have not had the good ones. Oh, you meant in England? I thought you meant I've never had mashed potatoes in my life. What a sad life that would have been. Thank goodness that's not true. I was so shocked. I am so sorry. That would have been a horrible revelation. No, I love mashed potatoes, have mashed potatoes all the time. Would not go without mashed potatoes in life. And I can see how that would have been a very disturbing statement.
I totally love that show. Isn't Brady Armstrong so dreamy? Total hottie.
Total hottie. Mm-hmm. He's also a total jerk. Final scene, Brady Armstrong. Potato. Boil a mushroom, stick 'em in a stew. Nope, he's not, Jane.
Looks like you're learning some interesting stuff.
Bet you wouldn't say that if you were the one who had to learn it.
Oh, she's done by 2. She starts her lessons at 6 and she ends her lessons at 2. Topics to be covered this month: Brigitte Penvelin, French, Latin, science, math, English, art projects. I honestly kind of love the idea of just getting to pick various topics to study, like things that interest you. Like if you guys got to homeschool yourself. I mean, she's not homeschooling herself, Ethel is. And Ethel is deciding what she's studying to a certain extent. But if you got to design your topics to cover in the month, what kinds of things would you choose to study? I would always have some sort of natural history project. I would always have some sort of biology or zoology project where I would pick an animal and learn everything about that animal. Same thing with natural history, pick some sort of prehistoric creature and learn about them. I would always have some English. Would definitely always have 2 books going at a time. Would definitely have some art projects. I would have some embroidery projects. I would have some painting. I would do some logic puzzles. I like math. I would do some math and logic puzzles. I would do some Spanish. I love learning Spanish and other languages. But yeah, if I was gonna boil it down, natural history, zoology, English, reading books, specifically literature, and art projects. Also some sort of movement. I would want to do a yoga unit. Some sort of walking or hiking, some sort of physical stuff. Such a cool question. My mind is going over the options, right? There's so many things. History and geography. Try to learn French again. Art history, English, lit analysis, gardening. Yeah. Homeschooling, son are making gardening a big part of it. I love that. Astronomy, fashion design. Ooh, fun. Maybe a foreign language. History, art, English, more French, just vocab, cooking and baking. Yeah, having a cooking unit would be a lot of fun. Marine biology. I love marine biology. Geology. Love geology. Art and lit, also maybe a film class. Tons of art, maybe some music. Biozoology, anthropology, also love anthropology. Yes, cooking, German, stats, probability, bio, English. Thank you, Lauren, for the birthday wishes. Thank you so much. Pottery, there you go. I know what you mean, Soph. There's just so many cool things to learn in so little time. Ooh, woodwork, carpentry. That's a great idea. Music, lit, dance, art, bio, language, astronomy, crafts. So many things to do. It'd be fun, too, to, like, have different months focus on different things. Like, maybe 1 month is more, like, literature heavy, and 1 month is maybe more, like, art heavy, and 1 month is more, like, phys ed, outside kind of heavy, stuff like that. Pensions, mortgages, and investments. There you go. Finance. High school cooking. Yes, cleaning. Life skills. Kind of like a life skills unit. We could definitely have that. For sure. Movement is great for mental health. We'll do this to get the egg. So important, Centane. Mythbusters, that would be such a fun one, yeah. Like, you could do a whole project on crazy myths. You test them and blow stuff up. It is kind of like science. Fun to get paid to learn all this stuff in a perfect world, right? So true. Even if she's homeschooled, she would still have to learn the national curriculum. Interesting. From that schedule, you're not sure that would. That's super interesting. From my understanding, in our system, when you homeschool, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Here. And, like, there's still the ACT and the SAT. The standardized exams for getting into college. But then there's also just, like, GPA. But I don't know. The requirements are not super standardized as far as, like, the actual, like, learning part. It's super different among different states and even in local places. Yeah, a culture unit. That would be fun. In middle school, you had an elective called careers. That sounds very nice.
You had a guinea pig?
Yes, but it died.
When?
I don't know. I'd really rather not think about it, all right?
When? Homeschooling here, you still have to follow what the curriculum says children should be learning. So she would still need to take her GCSEs and A-levels. Interesting. That's fascinating.
Hi, Nancy.
Do you know of any secret passageways in the manor?
I found one, but all it did was lead to this funny picture.
Do you think you could show me where the passageway is?
Wouldn't you rather play a game with me? I'm so bored.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Alexandra. Yes, social emotional learning. Always a good unit to have. And not even just a unit, just like consistently.
If I play a game with you, will you tell me where the secret passageway is?
Okay. I got this at this really neat museum in the States. It's supposed to be an original Maya game, but don't worry. You don't have to, like, kill people or take their hearts out or anything. It's really easy to play.
Oh, yeah, like an outdoor skills
move
class.
Your warrior the number of dots on the corn. If no dots, then you get to move 5 spaces. You get 2 turns, but you can pass on your second turn. You just keep on going down this track, and you can capture my person if you land on him. Whoever gets all the warriors wins. I'll be blue. Here we go.
What age do students graduate high school in the U.S.? Most kids are 18. Some are 17. Depends if you have a summer birthday. Oftentimes you'll be 17 like I was, but usually 18.
I pass.
Your turn.
Heh.
Oh no.
Heh. Gotcha.
I pass.
Pass.
Oh no.
You can go.
Uh-oh. What's interesting to me about like education
You can
science
go.
and education research is we know that kids
I
are a lot more
pass.
likely to learn something if they are interested in it.
You can go.
Like if they want to learn about it, they are a lot more likely to actually learn and retain the information
You can
than
go.
if they are forced to learn about something that they don't want to learn about and that doesn't interest them.
Your turn.
And yet we continue to like be like,
Your
yeah, you're gonna
turn.
learn this whether you want to or not. Like the
Pass.
options and the availability of
Your
choice
turn.
feels so limited. Do you have exams every year in high school, or is it
turn.
just when you're 16, 18, which is what we have in the UK? We actually don't have any exams that really mean anything at all.
You can go.
In our schooling. I mean, they do for your grades and everything, but no standardized testing. There's usually, in Minnesota, we have what's called like the Minnesota Comprehensive Assessment, the MCAs. And I think all states have to have some sort of like state standardized testing that you do every couple of years, but it's not used for anything. Like what it's used for is to compare different schools'
You can go.
test scores to each other to show which schools
Sorry.
are like under and overperforming. Yeah, final exams for courses. Yes. So like you'll take tests for your classes.
I pass.
But the state standardized exams, and then
Your
there's
turn.
like the college admissions standard exams, the ACTs and the SATs, depending
You
where
can
you live in
go.
the country. And whatever score you get on that
Pass.
is supposed to have an impact on where you end up
I
going
pass.
to college, depending on how well you do on that. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. A lot of it is like
You can go.
kind of silly. It doesn't
I
actually like
pass.
correlate to things.
Pass.
What do you have to do to get into university? Every university has different requirements, and some are like really competitive
Your
and some are
turn.
not. But generally the most important thing is your GPA, your
can
grade
go.
point average. And if you have a really good GPA,
I
then you're more
pass.
likely to get into, or so the story goes at least, then you're more likely to get into
Your
whatever
turn.
college you want. And if you have a good score on your ACT or your
Your
SAT,
turn.
then you're more likely to.
You can go.
But there's no there's not necessarily cutoffs for a lot of
All right.
places. Necessarily. So difficult to actually put best practice to use. It's very true. They called them the regents in New York. Painful teaching math. Know the best methods of teaching, but the way your system's set up, so hard to implement and use those ways of teaching. Yes, so true. Kids' interests can change all the time, which is also very true. You have a test every 3 years in Ontario, so the Ministry of Education can adjust depending on results. Schools receive more or less funding depending on their standardized test scores. Exactly, Maxwell. Is GPA specific to certain subjects? So GPA, grade point average, is an average of all of your grades. If you have straight A's, you have a 4.0, 4.0. And so that's like, if you have an A in every class, you get a 4.0 for that class. An A in English, you get a 4.0 in math, you get a 4.0 in science, and then you have like an average of a 4.0, which means you have all A's. And then like if you have like an A minus, that's like a 3.9. And the scales are a little bit like, I feel like honestly the scales are really narrow at the top and then they kind of like widen at the bottom. But like a 2.5 GPA, I think is supposed to be like a C average. I'm pretty sure. You do about 7 to 9 GCSEs at 16, one per subject, and you have to get a certain result to go on and do it at A level. Which is, like, this is probably going to sound like super silly, but that's basically like what the owls are in Harry Potter, right? You have to like get a certain score in that subject in order to progress. Our tour guide in Oxford was kind of explaining the
pass.
system of admission for students at Oxford.
Pass.
And that's kind of what it sounded like.
Your turn.
Is that you had to have certain scores on your A levels in order to get,
Pass.
like, into places. A4, B3, C2, D1. Yeah, that sounds right.
You can go.
Pass.
I pass.
GPA is made up, though.
Pass.
It is. Like most things, it is a made-up system.
You can go.
That makes things, like, honestly more
Oopsie.
complicated than they should be. And there's, like, so much more to
I
the
pass.
numbers than the story really tells. Yeah, like the owls and the newts in Harry Potter.
You can go.
Your turn.
Yeah, and that's definitely not the case here. Like, you can...
Your turn.
You basically just have to get a passing score, and you can continue on in any subject all the way through your senior year in high school. And you can frankly do that in university, too. Like, even if you get, like, D's and C's in math, but you passed, you can still take math classes in college. You could still get a math minor if you want.
Your turn.
It's more just like you just have to get
Pass.
passing scores.
All right.
Ooh, this is the deciding match. Yeah, and that's a really good point, Terry. A lot of it just has to do with
I
how good of a
pass.
test taker you are. Like, a lot of the times the tests aren't even necessarily
Pass.
measuring their skills or your knowledge, but they are measuring your ability to take tests.
Your turn.
That is a very good point.
Pass.
Your turn.
Yes, yep, that's a good point too, Soph. And then
Pass.
a pass is a pass, but in some places, or for some scholarships, or for, like, being on sports teams,
You
for
can go.
example, sometimes you have to maintain a certain GPA.
Pass.
You can go.
Pass.
Anyone have any vacations coming up soon? You're going boating and kayaking soon and you can't wait? Yay! I am definitely ready to
Your
break
turn.
from travel for a little bit of a
Oopsie.
while.
Darn.
Too bad. You lose. Do you want to play a game?
Ugh, do I have to win? Oh, Jane, come on. Jane.
Sure.
Here we go.
Jane.
I pass.
Your husband's a fantastic test taker, so we never had to study that much. You always had to
Your
practice
turn.
taking tests. I remember that being true for a
Rats.
lot of my friends, too.
I pass.
In nursing school, you had to maintain a 3.0 on your classes throughout
You
the
can go.
program. Yeah, for a lot of, like, if you want to go on to get your master's degree,
Your turn.
getting into grad school can be pretty competitive. And so, like, when I was doing my undergrad, for
Your
example,
turn.
I was told that, like, basically you have to have, like, a 3.8 or higher to get into grad school because of how competitive it is and how few spots are
I
available.
pass.
Your turn.
And that did end up, like, proving to be true for my cohort of undergrad people, at least for my degree, that, like,
Your
people who
turn.
didn't have a high GPA did not get into
Pass.
grad school. So I think it's more important for undergrad
I
going on to
pass.
graduate. Good test taker infinitely prefer tests over
You
papers.
can go.
Study night before pass with an A, as opposed to 10 plus hours of work. I was in a position where, like, I was a
You
good
can
test
go.
taker, but because of anxiety, I definitely prefer writing papers
You
and
can
doing
go.
presentations. Like, despite being a good test taker, just the anxiety of actually taking the test was, like, so much.
Gotcha.
Would still go well, would still do just fine, but I would be stressed versus, like,
I pass.
not being stressed and
Pass.
still doing just as well.
I pass.
Prefer going places anytime but summer.
You can go.
It is honestly kind of a travesty that, like, it's a summer vacation.
You can go.
Because I totally agree, Ryan. I would much rather, like,
Pass.
travel at other times in the year. But it makes the most sense to travel in
I pass.
the summer because we have the time off.
Your turn.
Once you understood you needed to be a test taker, your grades shot up in some classes. Just did really good because you participated a ton. Far prefer projects to tests. Yes, same. I think, honestly, too...
Your turn.
What was I going to say?
You can
Something
go.
about being a test taker. A good test taker. Oh, I was going to say something about that. Now I can't remember what it was because I was paying attention to Jane.
Pass.
What was I going to say? I might have lost it.
You can go.
I love when that happens.
Pass.
I pass.
Grad school depends on grades and what major you're going for.
Pass.
Had no problem getting into grad program for education. That's true, too. Different programs are much more competitive than others.
I pass.
Depending on the field. Some there's just more options. Like there are more programs, so it's easier to get into them because there's less competition. For my field specifically, for speech language pathology, there are so few schools that do grad programs, and usually the cohorts are like 20 people max, so that ends up being the tougher part.
I pass.
Please don't get a 4. Please don't get a 1. Don't do it. Don't do it, Jane.
Your turn.
Nursing school made you a C student due to exams. Bachelor levels, which was all papers, got A's. Maybe that's the point I was going to make, is that I feel like it's unfair because, like, just because of the different kinds of learning, like, a student can look totally different depending on whether they are a test taker versus, like, a presenter or a writer.
Your turn.
I guess that's what I mean when I say that, like, grades and test scores, like, so very rarely tell the whole story. And it's still kind of silly to me that we rely so much on them.
I pass.
Had to take all the paper out of my printer on my desk. A virtually proctored exam. Wow. You weren't even allowed to touch your face because they thought you would, like, write it on your elbow or something or on your forearm. That's nuts.
I pass.
Oh, no. Don't get a 1.
Pass.
You can go.
Applying eventually need to network and build your portfolio more. Sure.
Your turn.
You can go.
Terrible test-taking anxiety. Lots of colleges in the U.S. are test optional now. Yes, I'm so glad that so many of them are moving to test optional.
I pass.
I think the ACTs and the SATs are so silly, especially because they are timed. And I just don't think that is a fair representation of most people's skills. They are timed.
I pass.
They're completely random information. Like, I don't know. As somebody who very much supports individualized learning and honoring the unique skill sets, unique styles of all students, I struggle a lot with the idea of standardized assessments.
You can go.
You're back from your errand. Welcome back, Rachel. Most rules exist because someone else cheated and got caught. Often, yes.
Your turn.
You can go.
Preparing now to take the National X-Ray Registry exam. Half the stuff on there you need to know in order to pass. You literally don't need to know on the job or when working in the field. Yes, Priya, same. I had to take a national exam at the end of grad school in order to get my certification to be a speech language pathologist. I work in the schools, and over half of the test questions on that exam were about audiology, hearing science, which I learned in grad school, but as somebody who works in these schools, not relevant to my job whatsoever. A bunch of the other questions were about dysphagia, which is swallowing disorders, which is very relevant if you're going to be working in assisted living facilities, assisted nursing facilities, hospitals, medical settings. Not relevant whatsoever if you're working in the schools. So it's just like, why? Going to dedicate a bunch of brain cells to prepare and probably forget within a couple of years. Oh yeah, I forgot most of that information
Your turn.
the second I was done with school.
Pass.
Just goes to show how silly it is. You had to take a virtually practiced exam for the medals, which is what you need to be a licensed teacher in Massachusetts. And you had a cold and you were so nervous about getting in trouble.
I pass.
That's so stressful.
You can go.
Do you have coursework as well? So like grades are 50% exam and 50% coursework. It's 100% dependent on what the professor or teacher wants. It's different for every single class. Some teachers are all about exams. Some teachers are all about participation.
Okay.
Some are all about the
I found
work.
the secret passageway in the East Hall. That's the hall with the coat of arms on the door. But it's not a very exciting secret passageway. You're going to be totally bored. Wouldn't you rather play a game with me instead?
You want to start teaching yourself art history again? I love that. I want to find some like podcasts with some random just like natural history or zoology, marine biology, just like random things that I don't get to learn about in my everyday life, but that I still find extremely interesting. Do you know ASL as an SLP? You took an ASL class with an SLP. I took ASL for 2 years in my undergrad, and I am like very disappointed in myself because I forgot most of it. I still remember the alphabet, so I can still like spell my name in ASL. I know a lot of the basics, so I could get through parts of a conversation with somebody, but not well. Not well at all. I wish I remembered a lot more of it.
Have you ever seen these before?
No, what are they?
I was hoping you could tell me. I found them in the hallway.
I've never seen those before in my life.
The East Hall is locked. Do you know how I can get in it?
My great-aunt took the key. She probably thought I'd break something in there. But I found another one. Here, you can keep it if you want.
Jane, did there used to be a telescope in my room?
Mm-hmm. I took it outside to look at the stars. But if you want it back, you'll have to play a game with me.
I knew you were going to say that. Okay, what's the game?
Let's see how quick your reflexes are. I'll time you.
Oh,
if you get
perfect,
the puzzle
Riley.
done in time, I'll return the telescope. If not, then you'll have to try again.
That is perfect. Ologies. I'm
On your
going to
mark,
remember that.
get set, go!
Greetings, Sora Chicken. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. How are you? Welcome.
5 minutes.
Oh, this is much easier on Junior. This is a tiny little puzzle. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 bum, 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 I love this soundtrack so much. Such a good soundtrack. I always loved when
4
teachers would
minutes.
drop the lowest score if they weighted exams so heavily. That always felt good. It was nice to have some contingencies built in just in case. It's the same puzzle on Junior Senior. Isn't it bigger on Senior though? I feel like it's way bigger.
There.
You won. Good
maybe
show.
smaller
I'll put
pieces?
the telescope back in your room first chance I get.
I learned that I touch my face a lot when I'm thinking, oh no, Centane. How was your trip? It was good. It was very busy. We experienced so much. Glad to be home, but it was wonderful. Definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Have you ever heard anything strange at night that sounds like chanting?
No.
No. That's the most suspicious answer I've ever heard, Jane.
I should get going.
Ta-ta.
Oh, educator, I feel exactly the same.
Oh, you startled me. You must be Nancy. I'm Jane's tutor, Ethel.
You startled me.
Hello, Ethel.
Jane is very excited you're visiting. You're all she's talked about for the past week.
Jane is a terrible liar.
I saw Jane's lesson schedule. That's quite an unusual list of subjects.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, but I'm in a bit of a rush. I need to go over some things with Jane.
Oh, I guess I'll be going then.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Nancy. Our paths will cross again, I'm sure.
She gets me every time, too. Okay, who's more jump scary, Ethel or Deirdre?
Who's the pretty bird in the mirror? Pay no attention to the bird behind the curtain.
Ethel or Deirdre? Tough vote, I know. Okay, green dragon. I love her voice. I love her voice too. Deirdre, whee! Ethel by far. Look forward to the school year starting. Count down the weeks of the school holidays. That's because you work in heritage tourism. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense then. You can skip Ethel? But I like Ethel.
I could try to hit the bullseye I saw when I went down that slide with a cricket ball.
Whee! I think just purely because she shows up more, I think Deirdre gets me in Midnight in Salem more than Ethel gets me in this game. Purely just because she does show up more. Like, she's just there for basically the entire thing. Ah, drat. Drat. The dude from the theater. The dude from the theater. Joseph?
Polly is a stupid bird. Polly is a stupid bird.
Joseph does do some jump scares. If Ethel was a static character, where do we think she'd be located in the game? Ooh, good question. I wonder if she would have her own room. Or if she would be, like, sitting at the desk in Jane's room or something. I think we only have 3 interactions with. Yes. And that's not even guaranteed. I think you can miss interactions with Ethel. Okay, what did we just get? The clock. The timepiece. So that goes over... No, that's the arrow one. Where's the time one? Here we go. Tempus fugit. I don't know how to say that. Ethel, I thought Deirdre was kind of annoying. I definitely prefer Ethel's character in this to Deirdre's character in Midnight in Salem. But that's because I hate pretty much everything about Midnight in Salem. I like Deirdre a lot in Alibi and Ashes and The Deadly Device. Forget about it. Ethel lives with the Penvillans. I think so. Yes, I do want to save. I think she does. I think that's how the tutor system works, is that the tutor has to live at Blackmoor Manor and is only allowed to teach Jane, and she's the only person who can teach Jane because she's, like, from the specific family. Okay, can I talk to Linda some more? Joseph's close-up face. It is pretty
How are you
frightening.
doing? Linda? I'll be going now.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what she told me last time. Okay, so Jane, did she give me the telescope? Because that's a... No, she did not give me the telescope. Did I ask her about the telescope? Jane, where's my telescope? Okay, well, I'm going to go take a quick restroom break. Do I put the kettle on? I should probably have some tea, shouldn't I? I mean, we're playing this game. I should probably have some tea. I'm gonna put the kettle on, go use the restroom real quick. I will be back, and I will give you a nice view of Blackmoor Manor. Yes, tea! I will bring back one of the teas that we got from England. I will pick one of those out. Yes, have tea, make tea. Okay, perfect. I will put the kettle on, and I will be back in just a jiffy. I want to be a florist. No, you have to get a teaching degree. well. All right. Cheers. I have a couple little blueberry strudels to snack upon with my tea. Back again. And I have my moon witchy mysterious mug, which I used, was this for the Midnight in Salem stream? It might be. Yes, I think so. But it also works really nicely for this stream. And I've got some green tea in here from England. Thank you. I'm excited. All right. Do you think Jane and Ethel do a ritual that is just Jane navigating the maze floor? Oh my gosh. It's a labyrinth. I did not realize that it actually is a labyrinth. They probably do. They probably 100% do that. Okay. So, let's see. Jane said there's a secret passageway in the East Hall, which is behind the door with the coat of arms on it. And we're supposed to know how to turn the arms on the dragon. And I think we only learn that from... We learned that from this guy. This is what helps. So it's right, up, down, left, down, right. Right, up, down, left, down, right. Right, up, down, left, down, right.
Felicity! The door! The door!
The grandfather clock went off in the hall when we were gone. Oh my gosh, fun. Oh, it's on the door too. Right, up, down, left, down, right. Right.
The hands move.
Up, down, left, down. Right. There we go. Headcanon that Mrs. Drake and Alan would play on the maze as kids. I love that.
If I want to look around in there, I'm going to need a flashlight.
Whew. I'm gonna need a flashlight. Oh, Nancy, we call it a torch. Real talk, every time I see the spyglass, I see it as a tower. Oh, the burping dragon.
So, did you find what you were looking for in that secret passageway?
Let's just say you live in a very interesting house.
I don't want to hear. It's so scary to think people can be looking about behind these walls. But you shouldn't tell anyone about them either. If you do, they'll probably close them off and say they're too dangerous.
We got them from a local, we got all of the teas that we got from a local place in Bath called the Tea House Emporium. I actually didn't check to see if there's another brand on it because it seemed like a local place, but I will double check when I look at them again. No worries at all, Ray Marie. That sounds so lovely and cozy. We're probably halfway through. Maybe a little over.
Do you have a flashlight?
A flashlight? Oh, Nancy, flashlight is an American term. In the UK, we call it a torch. I don't have one, but I do have a whole bunch of glow sticks. If you want one, you have to play a game with me. That's the rule. This is a game I bought in Arizona. You have to make as many matches as possible. On your mark, get set, go!
Greetings, Mata. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. How are you? So glad to hear that we're playing your favorite game today. I rely a lot on color when I'm matching things, I've realized. That's why I struggle so much with the game that's just like this in Danger by Design. I struggle with that one so much because it's all black and white and there's no color marking. Makes it so much harder in my opinion. Hands, green. Aha. The hands, the bird. Bird, purple and purple. The orange dolphin looking thing. This looks like an avocado. Avocado. Ox head. Swirly thing. I totally get that, Ray Marie. This is one of your favorite games, maybe your number one. I love this game so much. I think it's definitely worthy of a number one spot. Are we still steaming or are we?
Hooray! You've won! Here's your glow stick. If this one goes out, I'll let you play for another one.
Still pretty hot, but that is a nice green. You need a torch too. Have to take the dog out now for a nightly stroll, and it's pitch black. Only have your mobile torch. And as Mr. WizardKitten and I learned in Utah,
I should get going.
Au revoir.
A mobile torch battery can die, and then you can get trapped in a cave underground in the dark with no other way to get out.
Felicity! The door! The door!
Greetings, Amy.
You're
Welcome to
gonna
the
need a
stream.
bigger
So good to see you.
bowl.
How are you? We're a little over halfway, I think, at this point. And thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Right, up, down, left, down. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to remember the muscle memory of this at this point. So for those of you who have already turned 30 or are in your 30s or older, what advice do you have for me as a newly minted 30-year-old? What should I know? What's the tea? You just listened to that story during the Shadow Ranch stream. That sounds so scary. It was terrifying. Put yourself first. That is good. That is good advice. And advice that I definitely need to hear. Nancy, why don't you have a flashlight in your bag of tricks? You didn't buy the adventure bag. 30 isn't old. I
That
agree.
doesn't look like a curse.
Greetings, Jenna. Welcome to the stream. So good to see you. How are you? Can't stay long. Just wanted to pop in, say happy birthday. So happy you're back. Thank you so much, Jenna. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Enjoy your 30s, because it's only downhill from there. Thanks, Samantha's mom.
Barber, and a picture of a parrot. I wonder if Lulu has something to do with this.
You really start to care less what every... it went up. No. Where'd it go? You really start to care less what others think, and you begin to really prioritize your happiness. That sounds nice. Life is only as hectic as you choose to make it. As a 20-year-old, I know everything about being a 30-year-old. Literally carry a flashlight at all times. Some things feel more urgent post-30, some things feel the same, but mostly I don't feel super young, but I don't feel middle-aged yet. Yeah, I feel the same. Go on adventures and not take work stress home. Very important. I don't mean that selfishly, but in your 20s to succeed, you often take the bad shifts or go the extra mile. Yeah, yep, no, I totally get what you're saying. Oops, I'm talking to Lulu, not Jane. Talk to the parrot.
Time has come. Hello?
Take care of your knees. That is so important. They're already starting to go. My knees and my back. Carpe diem. Seize the day. Live your life as you see fit. Do we know what day the next stream will be? More than likely Thursday, Ryan. It'll be this Thursday. 30s are like the 20s, but with more wisdom. I like that idea.
Does the word barber mean anything to you?
What's the magic word?
Please?
Ding! Sorry, that is incorrect. Lulu, what magic word? Magic word, magic word, magic word. A deal's a deal.
The word annoying comes to mind.
Ding! Sorry, that is incorrect. Magic magic word, magic word, magic word. A deal's a deal.
Okay. I guess I'll go try to figure out what the magic word is.
Cheerio.
It isn't about the numbers, it's about the experience.
Polly is a stupid bird. Polly is a stupid bird.
In your 30s, you can accept who you are, what you do, and makes you happy, and do things for yourself. Well-being and self-happiness is so important. I can definitely see that. I can see, like, being ready to prioritize that, too. In contrast to your question, since you've lived through it all, what are your recommendations for someone in their early 20s? On that note, I guess, I would say my biggest recommendation and the biggest thing that I got out of my 20s is that I would take the time in your 20s to really understand who you are. Like, do the deep work to figure out what you want in life, not what others want in life, what makes you happy, what's really hard for you, where you can grow and where it's okay to just be human, who your true friends are, what boundaries you want to set. Like, I think that's really what I did in my 20s, is I really figured out who I was, what I needed, what I wanted, and I'm really glad that I took that time through my 20s to do all of that, because now I do feel set up in my 30s to actually start prioritizing my happiness. I think it can be really helpful to go through that journey with someone, like a therapist, a trusted friend, anything like that. But that's my biggest advice for the 20s, is just like take time to learn who you are and what you want. Because I think in our teen years, we spend so much time like trying to be something for other people, to be cool or to get into a good school, to be smart, to be good at sports, like all of these things outside of ourselves. And in your 20s, it can be really nice to go back inward and figure out what you need out of life.
Yes?
Do you know anything about Lulu's magic word?
Magic word? Oh, yes. You see, my brother and grandfather would play a word game with Lulu. I never understood how it was played, but they'd play for hours. Lulu would sometimes grow sullen and refuse to play the game anymore unless they told her that... Oh, what was it that they'd have to tell her? It's perched on the tip of my tongue. They had to tell Lulu that she was a very, very clever and beautiful bird.
Would you have a torch that I could borrow?
No, I'm afraid not. Jane ruined all of ours with some sort of experiment she cooked up. But I believe she may have some of those glow sticks for illumination.
Goodbye.
Run along.
I haven't figured out what I want in life or even how to achieve any goals I may have. I felt the same, Maple. It wasn't until my late 20s that I finally figured that out. In my early 20s, I started to figure out, like, I got diagnosed with my anxiety disorder when I was 21. 20. 20? Was I 20 or 21? I was 20. I was 20. And a big part of my early 20s was figuring that out and learning about things that I had always experienced but never had words for. And then relationships became like the core part of my mid-20s. Friendships, romantic relationship with Mr. WizardKitten, family relationships, and then in my late 20s, I figured out like the final parts of those first two things, and then I was able to start applying like, okay, what does this look like for me in terms of my career? What do I really want out of life? So it wasn't until my late 20s. Yeah, it took me a long time to feel like I was going in the right direction with what I wanted career-wise. Your 30s have been a lot about boundaries, finding outlets for your emotions. That makes a lot of sense.
To you, matey.
Going into your 30s, reclaiming your youth, really connecting to your inner child. And yeah, the advice to have fun is so good.
I know the magic word.
Magic word, magic word. What's the magic word?
Lulu is a very, very clever and beautiful bird.
Clever and beautiful. How true, clever and beautiful.
easy, Lulu. You're hurting my ears.
So, what's your word?
Barber.
Leech. Leech, 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 leech.
Leech. I always forget what the first
Bye,
one
bird.
is.
Bye, bird.
I can remember basically all the others. And I'm so sorry you had to experience that, Michael, because that just is not fair. And unfortunately is the story for so many. Abby, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. My mission for my 20s is to stop being such a people pleaser. Hear, hear. Spent the first 20 years doing what other people wanted. I feel so much better now. I could not agree more, Abby. I struggled and still struggle with people pleasing too, and it can be so hard. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. I wish you the best of luck with that mission. It is a mission that I should try as well. Very important. And that is so valid, Maple. All the conversation about timeline that's happening in the chat right now, I could not agree more. I think that's why 30 is so stressful for so many people, because they feel like 30 is like the milestone number, because that's what we're told, where you're supposed to have so many things accomplished. And I personally, I definitely thought I would have kids at this point in my life. I definitely thought I would own a house. I don't have either of those things. And I'm okay with that, because I took time to do other things that were important to me in my 20s, and you know what? I have my 30s and the rest of my life still to do other things that I want that are important. Everyone's timeline looks different. I had friends who had kids super early. I have other friends who are waiting later like me. I have friends who own houses. I have friends who still rent. I have friends who have no idea what they want to do in their job and don't like their job. And then there are people, I have friends like myself who like feel like you're finally moving in the right direction. So like it is, your timeline is yours alone. It is valid, and it doesn't have to look like anybody else's. Right, Jacob. I agree too. Pleasing people does make me happy as well. It's when it becomes like a coping strategy, and when one feels like that's the only way that other people will like them, that's where it can like trip over into like doing it too much. But yeah, absolutely. It's great to make other people happy.
It looks like the rest of this grid is on the other side of the wall.
Seem to respect doing your own things separate from each other, and that's very important in our relationship specifically. I'm assuming you were talking about Mr. WizardKitten and I. But as two very headstrong, introverted, intellectual people, that's super important in our relationship, that we can respect each other doing our own thing and having some of that space sometimes. Loving this topic as I'm turning 30 in like a week. I think it is always very therapeutic, or at least I find it therapeutic, to talk with other people and like gain new perspective on the things that are stressing us out, because it helps so much to hear other people going through the same thing or feeling similarly. Keep learning. Great advice. That too, Milo. All of the memes just about like millennials, and there was one circulating recently. There was like a news article that was just like, breaking news, millennials aren't buying houses because they can't, not because they don't want to. And all of the millennials were like, well, duh. What do you mean? Of course we want to. Oh,
you gave me such a fright. What were you doing in there?
Nothing. You're so old, right?
I found a secret passage off of the East Hall.
So I suspected. These old homes usually have a secret passageway or two. But I must insist that you no longer play in these areas. They can be extremely dangerous.
Adventure Nancy just blurts it out.
But I'm curious about where they lead.
Well, we wouldn't want you to end up like the proverbial cat, would we, Nancy? Please heed my warning. It would be terrible if something happened to you.
That sounded like a threat.
What you're teaching Jane looks pretty rigorous, but interesting.
I believe young people need to have a well-rounded education and learn what every other Penvillin should know.
Do you know much about the Penvillin family history?
Only that they were a very well-respected and talented family. Many of my ancestors were tutors of some of the Penvillins, and I feel very honored to continue that tradition.
Is that a threat? I feel threatened. Parsageway? Parsageway?
Have you seen the book in Jane's room called the Mutus Liber?
Yes, the silent book. It's quite fascinating and very old. Jane's grandfather left it with me to give to her.
Good luck tomorrow, Candace. That is a really exciting step.
Do you know where it came from?
No, I don't. But he regarded it as an heirloom and insisted that it belonged to Jane, and to Jane only.
Queen Mel has not yet made an appearance. She was looking like she was interested in coming in when I was brewing the tea, but then I was down there so long that she lost interest. So I'll see if I can get her up here later.
Have you ever heard the legend about the Beast of Blackmoor?
Of course. Everyone who grows up in these parts knows it. But it's just a myth. One that unfortunately proved to be quite damaging to the Penvillins.
34 at the end of September. Exciting.
Damaging to the Penvillins?
Well, yes. Eleanor Penvillin was executed because the villagers believed that she had created the beast. Things cannot get much more damaging than that.
Well, I won't keep you any longer.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Polly is a stupid bird. Polly is a stupid bird.
Lulu. Silence. I found a secret. I hope no one hears that I know. Oh yeah, Adventure Nancy would definitely push Ethel down the slide. I was worried that Linda was asleep for a second.
Linda, I found the secret passageway. Jane told me where it is, but I didn't see any curse in there.
How could you have missed it? It was right there, just waiting to be found, wanting to be found. I can't believe how foolish I was. That stupid gargoyle. I hated how its evil eyes would stare at me whenever I walked to my room. So I moved it around, changed its position, kept fiddling with it. But when that secret door suddenly opened, I couldn't resist going in there.
Which gargoyle is this?
What do you mean, which gargoyle? I thought you said you found the secret passageway.
So there's more than one. Linda, I think someone's trying to scare you off. I think they thought you were getting too close to something that's hidden in this house.
You're right. I did get too close to something. That witch that was burned at the stake. She's cursed me, and she's probably cursed you too.
I'll see you soon.
Please.
It's like, okay, bye. Jeez, Nancy. The red eyes do get explained, because we find these. The cloaked figure, not so much, but I think we can assume the cloaked figure.
I'll bet that's the gargoyle Linda was talking about. And it looks just like the one in that painting I saw.
How is it possible Linda turned that gargoyle conveniently in order?
There's gotta be an easier way to figure this out.
She got super lucky. Very, very lucky. Okay, so it's this painting, Corbin. And we need to talk to Nigel and get rid of Nigel. Please be here. Phew.
Hello, Nancy.
Who is the man in the Great Hall with the gargoyle?
That's Corbin Penvillin, born in 1670 and died in 1741, I believe. He was Eleanor's grandson and spent his life in France. It was rumored that he secretly returned to Blackmoor to continue his grandmother's experiments in the mystical arts.
Where can I find his coat of arms?
I didn't realize you were so interested in Penvillin history. I'd be happy to show you his coat of arms, but I'm in dire need of a typist. Perhaps, if you can help me out, I can find that which you seek.
It's a deal. What do you want me to do?
Perhaps first we should see how fast you type. This program will rate your speed. Just type the characters that appear on the screen. If you're good enough, I'll let you type up my memoirs, and then I'll let you see the coat of arms.
Greetings, Jade. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. How are you? We have not had the nightmare yet. I loved typing games as a kid. I had so many computer games that were literally just typing, and I thought they were so fun. And honestly, they served me well. I need a typist, but only if you can beat this game.
Excellent score. Now, here's what I'd like you to type up. These are my memoirs. I think you'll find them quite
These are my
interesting.
memoirs. The Life of Nigel Mukherjee by Nigel Mukherjee. I was very, very tiny when I was born.
These are the most boring memoirs I've ever read in my life.
Secret of Shadow Ranch. The old woman who took care of cats saw me crying. Who knows what treasures I will find, what victories I will savor, and what knowledge I will uncover.
I feel like I've been typing forever. Nigel! Nigel!
When I was 5, I ate a tomato. Took a typing class in middle school and it was nothing like this. Lenny the Penguin was a fun PC game to play. That sounds so familiar. We've grown to find cleaning up a house a fun game. House Flipper, yes. Someone needs to explain to me why House Flipper is so fun. Your favorite part coming up. Timon and Pumbaa typing game? That sounds so fun. I had a SpongeBob one. I had one that was literally just like 2 hands. I can't remember what it's called. One of them was yellow and one of them was blue. We've already looked at his computer. Nancy, thanks so much for your work. Oh, thanks much for your work. Here's your reward. Attached is a sketch of Corbin's crest that I found in the Chateau de Vertu in France. I've never found a picture of it here in Blackmoor. Nigel. 21121. 21121. Love Jumpstart. Jumpstart was so fun. Hello. Notice how all of the columns are knights right now? Fun little whoopsie daisy.
No key without toil, no fire without oil. No key without toil, no fire without oil. No key without toil, no fire without oil. No key without
What are they doing?
No fire without oil.
Good question.
Oh yeah, my actions ensure that my name will endure to the end.
Ethel's so proud.
Penvelen.
That was a little creepy.
I did it perfect that time, didn't I? Well, almost perfect.
You did very well. But remember, this must remain a secret. Do not discuss it with anyone.
Yes, Ethel.
And don't forget, you have a maths exam tomorrow.
Yes, Ethel.
And be sure to brush your teeth.
Yes, Ethel. Good night.
I love this cutscene so much. It's so good. Started watching Only Murders in the Building. Season 3 comes out this week. I'm so excited. I love Only Murders in the Building. And this season has Paul Rudd and Meryl Streep. Like, what? Clue Finders. Yes. Yes, I did play Clue Finders. Oh my gosh, that just unlocked a file in my brain. I loved Clue Finders. That was so good. Okay. 1 2 1 1 2 1. Haha. Oh, what do we think is behind here?
I can see into Linda's room.
Ah! Werewolf! Oh, I'm so sorry, Linda. I'm pretty sure if I thought I was turning into a werewolf, I wouldn't hide away. I would, like, tell somebody. Be like, help? I appear to be turning into a werewolf. Anything anyone can do for me? Shall I peep? Okay. Eleanor. This one? No, it's not this. This one. There we go. O-R. Eleanor. Only Murders in the Building is getting an escape room? Fun. Zoombinis! I love Zoombinis! Oh my gosh, Zoombinis is one of my favorites. There was a Logic one, and there was a Island one that was super fun. Zoombinis was the best. I still don't really fully understand the logic of this puzzle.
I can see into the library.
I know I need to make him turn, and I need to make him look up.
Oh? The statue. It's moving.
I never got to play the Barbie PC games, but I had friends who had them.
Mercury move.
And they always looked super fun. Face me, coward. Okay, there we go. So now, how to make it where he's... Oh, I don't want him to move. I want him facing this way. Is it over here? One of these makes his eyes go up and then releases the wand. And it's so hard to tell. Miss Math Adventure. I had several math games. That one does not ring a bell though. Barbie Detective, Barbie Secret Agent, Carmen Sandiego. Anyone? Carmen Sandiego games. One hand controls eye and one hand controls movement. So this is the movement hand and this is the eye one. So how can I tell if he is looking the way that I want him to? Loved Carmen Sandiego. We had one where she was running all over the world and you had to follow her, and there were like these robots that were being deployed, and you had to best the robots in trivia and knowledge competitions. Freddy Fish. Freddy Fish. Okay, what if we, like, what do these do? What does it do? And what does that do? I have no idea. No idea if he's opened his hand, but you know, we'll figure it out. If not, we'll come back down. Thought the other hand controls the fingers. Because that's the noise that it makes when the hand moves, isn't it? Yeah. So it's like that one. I don't know. There was a Carmen Sandiego cartoon. Love that.
Uh-oh. Looks like it's time for another glow stick.
No. Horrible timing. Horrible timing, Nancy. Is Jane even still awake?
She's probably sleeping.
Crud. That's super annoying. So I can't go back down there. Let's go see if the statue is open. His hand is open. Oh, his hand is open. Yay. Good. Stupid bedtimes. Okay, I think it's this one. Yes. Okay, so we have 4 of them now, which means we are super close.
Smells like oil.
All right. It is 3 a.m. I think I'm just going to make Nancy sleep until Jane is done with her lessons, because honestly, what's the point of having her wake up before then? So, oh, hey, the telescope. Actually, this we can do. Nice looking telescope, looks good. What if we put this?
Cool.
Aha.
There are symbols in that mural that I couldn't see before.
Secret Agent Barbie. Miss Math Adventure had a dark plot. Earning gems, doing math problems to go back in time and stop the house from burning down. Ooh, that is dark. You got the full Carmen Sandiego CD from like a Quiznos or something? That's amazing. Okay, sad face, parrot, harp, flute, happy. Sad, 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 parrot, harp, flute, happy. Thank you.
It stopped working.
Oh, it's... Oh. No!
I need something to wind it up.
But everyone's asleep. This is stupid. Everyone is asleep who has the things that I need. Why do they gotta be sleeping? Okay, we also still haven't ordered Loop-de-Loop, so let's order Loop-de-Loop and then we will have ordered all of the food.
Sorry, chum. The Boar's Head pub is closed. Ring us back after 8 come day's dawning.
Oh, never mind. I guess Tommy doesn't work at 3 a.m. Fair. Totally fair. Okay, so she's done with her lessons at 2. So I'm going to set it for 2. Adventure Nancy is an insomniac. I feel rejected, dummy. Jane?
Hi, Nancy.
That card game downstairs doesn't seem to be working. Do you know what's wrong with it?
You have to wind her up. Unfortunately, my great-aunt took the crank off. She's always doing mean things like that.
Mean things like that.
Could I get another glow stick?
Yes, but you know the rule. First, we have to play another game.
Tommy knows
On your
his
mark,
worth.
get set, go!
That is right. No reason to be serving food at 3 in the morning. Okay. Okay. This little puffin thing. Lizard. Lizard. This kind of like paw print thing. This pink thing. Mrs. Drake gets cranky. Badoomcha. Love it. This tea is making me relaxed, which my body is confusing as sleepy. Aha. There we go. The purple! The purple!
Great score! Ta-da!
Yeah, YouTube is, like, with how big it is, it's surprising how many little details they do not think of.
Jane, I saw you and Ethel performing some kind of ritual. What were you doing?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
You and Ethel were pouring oil or something down some kind of drain.
Coo, you're a daft one. Imagine me and Ethel running around in the middle of the night pouring oil down drains.
I didn't say anything about it taking place in the middle of the night.
Well, isn't that when weird rituals usually take place? In the dead of night? Anyway, you were probably just having a bad dream. Believe me, this castle can sometimes give you nightmares.
Do people say coo?
I should get going.
Toodles!
Coo! Coo, you're a daft one. I didn't hear anybody ever say coo when we were over there. Is that a thing? Is that a thing that people say?
Linda? You know, no matter how incredible or frightening things may appear, there's almost always a logical, sometimes even simple explanation.
You don't know everything, Nancy Drew. And in my case, you don't know anything at all. I want you to go home. It's for your own good.
I can't go home until I have something to tell your mother.
Just tell her I've had some problems adjusting to my new life, but I've accepted my fate and now everything's fine. In fact, I'll call her and tell her that myself. In any case, please leave my room and don't bother to come back. There's no mystery here, just fate. I have nothing more to say to you. Nothing.
I say it, but I don't live in England. All right, well, we're going to get the cold shoulder from Linda now. She now refuses to speak to us at all. Let's get the crank from Mrs. Drake. And then go down the passageway again.
Yes?
I think Ethel is trying to recruit Jane into some kind of secret society.
Oh, for heaven's sake, child. Where did you ever get such nonsense?
I saw Ethel and Jane performing this ritual in the Great Hall in the middle of the night.
Poppycock! A ritual in the middle of the night? Young lady, I will not abide such wild stories. Imagine Ethel Bossany recruiting my grandniece into some kind of secret society. Next thing you'll be saying Linda has been cursed by some roving spirit, or that we have ghosts prowling about.
She is such a theater kid.
I'd like to play the card machine in the Great Hall, but it's broken.
It's not broken. I removed its crank, as it was proving to be too much of a distraction for Jane. I suppose I could see where it's gone to. But in the meantime, be a dear and do something for me, would you?
Sure.
Do you see that hodgepodge of plants over there? They're my prize seedlings. I had them perfectly arranged in that box, so I could easily move them about to catch the light. Unfortunately, Jane took all of them out when I wasn't looking. And now for the life of me, I cannot get them back in the box, so that they all fit. Why don't you give it a try while I see about that crank? If we both succeed, we shall both be happy, if you catch my meaning. Remember, they must all fit in that box!
You know, Mrs. Drake, I am starting to think that Jane really is extremely bored and craving attention because she keeps doing things around the house and or doing things that bother you specifically. I think she is, you know, trying to say something that maybe all of the adults in this house could listen to if they were so inclined. This puzzle is either your favorite or your worst nightmare. I wish that it snapped. Because it's just like, put things in random places and hope they fit. It's not like other puzzles of this sort where there's like an actual order to where they're supposed to go. Like, you can kind of put the stuff anywhere, which is not a fantastic system. Because then it's super confusing. This one is weird. This is the weird one. I'm going to put it up here and hope that goes well. Steal the meds. Does anyone know what any of these plants are? Absolutely no idea. Succulents? A lot of them do look very succulent-like. Okay, well these all fit in this tiny little spot over here? Maybe. Oh, aha!
There!
Hey, that actually looks kind of right, too. The big square one looks kind of like arugula. We can't take them. We can just look at them. Fiddlesticks. Oh, and this is where we can, like, look at the stuff over here. Okay, well. We'll come back later for Mrs. Drake's crank. I think I got lucky that time, so if I feel like it usually takes me longer. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay. Down we go. I should have had caffeinated tea. It's hard to tell, honestly, if it's like jet lag still, or if it's anything else. If I'm just sleepy. Okay. 1, 1. And now we have to go to the other side again, because now the other side is wrong. Is it this passageway that has the water? Oh, maybe that's when we get through the door. We have to get through the door first, I think. Yeah, okay. Well, up the stairs we go. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, no, this is the, yeah, the clickety thing. Up the stairs. I'd be up in this room the whole time. You love the plants. The conservatory is absolutely stunning. What is everyone's favorite location in Blackmoor Manor? What's your favorite spot? Okay, so now we need to go down this tunnel.
Felicity! The door! The door!
I want the glowing rock. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Things that my brain will still remember when I'm 95 years old. How many times do you turn the hands on the green dragon in Nancy Drew Curse of Blackmoor Manor? Well, the first hand in the upper left-hand corner, you turn it 3 times so that it's facing to the right. The second hand, you don't turn at all. You leave it facing straight up. And clickety, and clickety. Yay! Any room other than Linda's. The hidden slide, conservatory, Brigitte's room. It is honestly so hard to pick because they're all so good.
Wow, looks like I won't be needing any more of Jane's glow sticks.
We were so close to not needing to do it a second time, too. Okay, this room. Open it before solving the puzzle, and you get a really fun
at the well.
clue as to who is the culprit. My dear little Jane, just a quick note. Enclosed is what you requested. I hope it will help your guinea pig. It certainly helped me. All the best, Uncle Roger. Uncle Roger, we know, has a toupee. Thank you, Raymarie. Uncle Roger has a toupee. Therefore, lacking in the hair department. Taking some medication for hair. Gives it to the guinea pig. Guinea pig does not respond well to the hair medication. Interesting, this hair medication. I wonder if this hair medication has shown up anywhere else.
This reminds me of that picture I saw in the Mutus Liber. I'm supposed to press the button under the blue triangles I want to move, then press the one under the group I want to move them to, until I wind up with a group of just 4 triangles.
Enjoying the Minnesota pronunciation of dragon? Ooh, how do other people say it? Dragon. 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 Oh, you. I want you to go here. That's not right. 2, 5, 3, 2. Oh, what if we do put those there, put the 2 there. So that gives us 1 then. There we go. 4! Hey, I'm on break. How far are we? We are about to find the alchemy lab. Quite close to doing that. So now this is full.
If I open the door now, I'll flood the place. If I open the door now, I'll flood the place.
I mean, Adventure Nancy wants to flood the place, but no. Okay, trick in the moving rooms. To make your life so much easier, go into the moving room, go straight forward, open the mercury door, turn around.
Oh my gosh, the room is moving.
Turn back around, open the mercury door, turn back around. Go straight, and then you are right where you need to be in the alchemy lab. And then you don't have to worry about it. And you can find that hint inside the alchemy lab, so once you get there the first time, then you know that clue. It's in one of the books.
Weird
Better
symbols.
to just know it now.
Maybe knowing what that snake symbol means will help me figure out what the others mean.
We are on Junior Detective. Okay, finding that symbol. But Nancy, I already know what it means. Healthy diet, why stars seem to move, Beast of Blackmoor, Roman numerals. Why can't I look up the Ouroboros? I have definitely gotten an Ouroboros question correct in a trivia thing before, specifically because of this game. Okay, I guess I have to find that. Oh, Nigel has to tell me about it, doesn't he? Okay, which is fine. That's fine. Okay, so we go back into the room. Go forward. Mars door. Not the Mercury door. Mars door. Okay, open the Mars door. Turn around. And go straight through. I've been hearing you say dragon, like Gragan, and Maggie, like Maggie. Like bag versus I've never been able to like say bag any other way. I'm like bag, bag, dragon. There's a dragon on the bag. There's a dragon on the bag. What are some other words that have that A? Apricot. There's a dragon eating an apricot on the bag. I say apricot. I don't say apricot.
Pretty bird in the mirror.
Dragon. Okay, Nigel, what secrets do you have to depart? Speak. Oh, hello. Was the statue scaring you?
Ah, there you are. I'm sorry to inform you that I shall soon be leaving Blackmoor. I just have a few things to take care of, and then I shall bid you adieu.
Samuel Clemens, educator. I also would have only known that because of Last Train to Blue Moon Canyon, and I love that.
Why? Where are you going?
I have good reason to believe this place is genuinely haunted. There's no way I'm staying here 1 minute longer than I have to. Thankfully, I've finished most of my research and have enough to start my book.
Low-key want an Ouroboros tat because serpents are my thing and I'm self-destructive. I love that so much. That would be such a great tattoo.
Do you know what the symbol of a snake eating its tail signifies?
The Ouroboros? It's a very old image and is usually associated with alchemy. You really do come up with the strangest questions, Nancy.
I do too, Maggie. I say beg like beg. Beg?
What do you think of Ethel Bosny?
I think she's an odd lot, that one. She has no formal background in pedagogy or scholarship. I would be a much better influence on Jane were I her tutor, but Mrs. Drake insists on employing Ethel.
Bagel? Bagel? I say bagel.
I'll let you get back to your work.
Farewell.
I have a bagel. Do you know which era game we'll do this week? You mean on Thursday's stream? I'm gonna give options in multiple eras. Okay, so we got the Ouroboros, which... Can we now look up alchemy symbols? Alchemy symbols! Yay! Okay, good. Also, give me that crank. I say boogle. Oogie boogie. Boogle boogle. Feel like Nigel asked out Ethel and she said no, so now he doesn't like her. Wait, I love that headcanon. I love that a lot. Okay.
Someone deliberately set this up so they could use this squirt gun to hit those tiles over there.
I think Granny the Frog. A lot of this, I think, is luck. Did I just get lucky? Aww, come on. Rude. Literally the last spot. Aww, boo. Bad. No, that's just rude. Come on. Oh yeah, Blackmoor Manor is totally haunted by Ethel. You better not, I swear. Bagel. No! Bad gator. Stop it. Don't be mean. Don't the gators, like trees or something? So we're supposed to, like, stay away from... That is not near any of the trees, okay? Did not like this puzzle. Rude. Minesweeper without warnings. Stop it. Bad gator. Stop it. Silence. Gator. There's a gator and a dragon eating an apricot on the bag. They're having a great time. Eleanor who? What a great day. What a great day with the gator. This gator's getting lots of frogs there. Real good for his stomach. I'm getting angry. This gator is making me angry. Why does the gator moo? Why does the gator insist on sitting in front of the lily pad? Well, you told me I couldn't go the other way. You goofy gator. What is your problem? What is your problem, man? Did you find you could understand all the English people on holiday? Yes. I had to listen very carefully, but yes. There was one time I had to call to schedule a cab on the phone. That was hard. Over the phone was very tough. But in person, I just had to listen really carefully and then I was able to do it. First time is random and the second time is always the same solution? What? Fascinating. Okay. Got that.
Have you seen? The well is filled up again. It's very curious, but quite wonderful.
Yeah, you just had to, like, go down, like, 7 floors into the basement and solve a puzzle with little triangles and cups, and then it'll fill up. It's a really efficient system.
I managed to get all those seedlings back in the box.
Wonderful. And I managed to find that crank. There you go.
Great, thank you. Goodbye.
Good day.
So, yeah. Really efficient plumbing system. All right. After this, there's only one more, and Betty has it. So, what should we do first? I guess let's go to Betty first. Turn the crank. Crank. Weird plumbing, but okay. How did she do that so fast? Did she spawn? Mrs. Drake? We did the, we asked her for the crank a little while ago, and then we came back recently, if that's what you mean.
Those symbols look familiar.
Okay, it was sad, parrot, harp, flute, happy. Right? Yeah.
Maybe she'll give that to me if I win.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Polyhymnia. I hope Betty's nice. Be nice to us, Betty. Talia? Oh, thank you. Okay, that's good. That's good. How about Pegasus? Oh, wow. Okay, okay. Just snatch it. Just break the glass over it and take it. Erato? Wow. Okay, you have literally everything I need. Do you have Calliope? Which, as a kid, I thought was pronounced Calliope, but is not, in fact, pronounced Calliope. Urania? Aha! Brilliant. Calliope? Nope. Gumbo. You can have chocolate bars for Crystal Skull. Whenever we do eventually play Legend of the Crystal Skull, I am going to try and find a gumbo recipe and learn how to make gumbo for the first time. I've never had gumbo. And I want to find like a really good authentic recipe. Pegasus? Nope. Trader's has chocolate bars made with milk that are really good and chocolate brownie ice cream with oat milk, both vegan. Yum. Yum. Erato? No. What kind of gumbo is gumbo foo? I love gumbo. What kind of gumbo is gumbo foo? Yay, we got one. Huzzah. Okay, well, if we got the happy face, do we get the sad face? No? Okay. Oh, yay. Lucky. She keeps asking for Euterp. Oh, she just got Terpsichore, though. Urania? No. Aha, but we got Melpomene. Asking once again for Euterp. Which one do you think she got? My gut said Calliope. Nope. My gut was wrong. Once again. I want to hear you pronounce Terpsichore. Not for the Minnesota of it, but because most people don't know how to pronounce it. I probably said it incorrectly. Terpsichore. Terpiscore? Polyhymnia? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, well, if you ask for it like you have every single other time. No! You took my Calliope. Rude. I'm gonna take your Euterp. Don't ask for it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Betty. Dang it! Haunted Mansion is Chinese food? Yes. I love Chinese food. Don't do it. That better not be a match. That better not be a match. Shoot. Oh, no. She's going to do the thing where she's on a roll now. Now she's going to win. Because there's only other... She has no other options. I have a 50-50 shot. My gut says this one. Dang it! Blast! Now she's gonna win. Saving the free membership milestone chat for Gumbo Foo stream. Yay. Haunted Mansion should be Gumbo Foo. One could also make Gumbo Foo for Haunted Mansion. We're going with Mexican food for Secret of the Scarlet Hand. Curse you, Betty. Which other games do we have left still? Danger on Deception Island. You can do your clam chowder, blueberry muffins, coffee. Okay, I'm going Talia first. Uterp. Sea of Darkness. I'm thinking fish. I'm pretty sure I said fish for Sea of Darkness. Also hot chocolate. And if it's hot where you are, chocolate milk. Labyrinth of Lives. Greek cuisine. Anything Greek. Ooh, ice cream would be good for Sea of Darkness. There you go. Because it's icy. Lutefisk. Oh my gosh, yes. You all have to eat lutefisk for Sea of Darkness. I'm gonna make all of you eat lutefisk. It's simply a requirement. No. Gosh darn it. Just gonna take the other Cleo. Baklava. There you go. Stay tuned for Danger is Pizza. Fish fingers and custard. No, don't take it. No. Secrets can kill. Pop. Soda pop for the beverage. And then I think it was like diner food, like burgers because of Maxine's Diner. Any kind of diner food, really, though. Crud. At least I got Terpsichore. Secret of the Old Clock? Pie. Pie all the way. I was gonna say she's gonna win because it's the only thing left.
I won!
Oh, I won.
All right, Betty, pay up.
I won? I won? How did that happen? 7 Ships is fresh fruit, smoothies, that kind of thing. You got to see manatees earlier this week. Manatees are my favorite animal of all time ever. I love manatees. They are the cutest, sweetest, gentlest giants, and I want to give all of them a hug.
Sounds like I did something right.
Depression era recipes. You have to do like the B. Dylan Hollis recipes. Okay, wait, so I have to... Did I pour the oil in correctly? Did I do that right?
Looks like a piece is missing.
Yeah, we'll do that later once we have the wand lit on fire. Okay, I'm gonna save. Save. Are you sure you want to replace? Yes. Castle Malloy, Irish cuisine. Anything Irish. If you can recreate any of the drinks from the Screaming Banshee Inn, bonus points. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Spanakopita and not baklava. Baklava is not fully Greek, it's Ottoman. Interesting. Irish stew. That sounds delicious. Potatoes. Potatoes, carrots, onion, maybe some beef. See, the closer we get to fall weather, the more excited I am about things like stew, clam chowder. If you love manatees, you have to go to Blue Springs State Park in Florida in January. They all come to live there and the ocean gets cold, so you can see hundreds of them. I've been to Florida a couple times, several times, and have gotten to see manatees there a couple of times, but not hundreds of them. That sounds glorious. Okay. Wedding cake, since it's wedding themed. For Shattered Medallion, I kind of recommended like trail mix, granola bars, water, just kind of like camping snacks, basically. Aqua Fortis. To make Aqua Fortis, combine vitriol and niter. Distill green vitriol to make vitriol. Vitriol and niter makes Aqua Fortis. Vitriol and niter. Okay, so this and this makes this. Okay. Pumpkin pie. Love pumpkin pie. Corned beef hash. Oh, now I'm getting hungry. I'm making Mexican spiced chicken bowls for dinner tonight. That was one of the cuisines that we did not see represented in England. Did not see that. I'm sure it exists somewhere, but that was not one we saw while we were there. Aqua Regia. Meanwhile, it's like all over the place here. Aqua Regia. Spirit of Salt. When 3 parts Spirit of Salt were combined with Aqua Fortis. Okay. So 3 parts Spirit of Salt, vitriol, and niter. And Spirit of Salt is... this one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, this and this. New Zealand is really British influenced. Fish and chips, meat pie, pavlova. This conversation is dangerous. Look out, Soph. I was just gonna be lazy and make spaghetti for dinner, but now... Hey, spaghetti is always a good option, too. I am always down for a spaghetti dinner. Okay, mercury is what we... That's what we want to make next? Mercury? How do I make mercury? Lime was created by burning chalk or limestone, while mercury was obtained by burning cinnabar. Cinnabar Nancy has come into contact with in Secret of the Scarlet Hand. Fire is this. So we want fire and the sideways Emmy looking things. Burn the cinnabar to make mercury. Was Wi-Fi or mobile data invented in 2004? That's a really good question. I have no idea. There's so many lime kilns all around where you live. That's so cool. These Nancy Drew phones were definitely ahead of their time. Ooh, homemade pesto. Oh my gosh, yum. Num num num. Okay. The cross with 4 dots on either side. Distilled vinegar. I didn't get to play video games the entire time I was in England. And the entire week that I was in my class. So I haven't played games in forever, I'm just realizing. Distilled vinegar. Isn't there just like a symbol for distillation and a symbol for vinegar? Distillation, which is also the symbol for Virgo, and vinegar. Distilled vinegar. Okay, and then this is the symbol for Capricorn. Ooh, corn chowder. You know what? I have never had corn chowder. I also haven't had a good clam chowder in a long time. That was one of the things I did enjoy about living on the East Coast was the fresh seafood. Clam chowder over on the East Coast definitely hits different than clam chowder here. Liquor hepatis. Liquor hepatis. Sulfurous liquid was of special interest to Egyptian alchemists because when distilled, liquor hepatis produced no solids, only gas, which led them to believe they had isolated the essence of the soul. The symbol for which matches the zodiac sign for Capricorn was created by distilling sulfur, lime, and sal ammoniac. Distill. Okay. Sulfur. Distill. Sulfur. Lime. What's lime? How do I make lime? How do I make lime? Burning. Quicklime. It was created by burning chalk or limestone. No, there's gotta be lead. Liquor, hepatis, spirit of salt, antimony. Quicklime, there we go. Okay, quicklime. So, distillation, sulfur, quicklime, and sal ammoniac. Okay. There we go. Phew! Does chowder always have to be with seafood? I don't know what it is. Chowder is like a thick, creamy soup. And I don't think I've ever had it with anything other than seafood, except maybe like a vegetarian version, like corn chowder. So I think it is mostly with seafood. Don't like clams, so you've made whitefish chowder instead. You're from Michigan, where whitefish is popular. So good. That does sound really good. When we visited New York, all we ate was seafood. Just incredible. Yes. So good. It's obviously just like a lot more fresh because it's closer. It doesn't have to travel anywhere. Okay, so the north and the west winds are kind of the most obnoxious.
Whoa. Sounds like the big guy out there just took a step.
So,
looks like some winds are stronger than others.
Some winds are indeed stronger than others. It would be the north and the west winds. Let's see if I can. Ah! If I go here. No! No! What food are we doing from Dalian? It's your favorite game after all. My plan is for kind of like trail mix, granola bars, camping type food, since it's such a
keyhole.
Survivalist type of game, basically. Supposedly. Have begun to take note of my clandestine activities, reporting to the constable that they have heard strange noises and seen strange lights when passing the manor at night. I am loath to curtail my experiments, for working in such close proximity to the treasure is a boon to my spirits. But I fear, etc., etc. All of the writings in here, this is so cool. You can make chowder without seafood. There are vegetarian options. Right. Yep. Hate this puzzle, not gonna lie. A cooking puzzle. I'm always down for a cooking puzzle. Surely this is one of the most ingenious machines ever created, saving no doubt the life of many an innocent man. The fact that it played a part in my grandmother's condemnation and execution is as cruel an irony. Heavenward! Door chimes for secret doors and control for Mercury unlocks the key to the north. So it's the middle finger on both? So I just either got lucky or I just kind of remembered that. Hard to say. The Journal of Charles Penvillin. Cannot believe that Garrett is gone. The tragedy has caused his mother to shun all light, seeking solace in silence and shadow, but finding it not. His sister, having shared the bright day of his birth, cannot but constantly relive the gray day of his passing. And I, his father, find my thoughts going to him like May flies to the hearth. What was, what could have been, what is to become of the Penvillin. So sad. Maybe, Abby. Like, look at this font, it hurts my eyes. Alien food, there you go. Do hereby decree that an initiate may be male or female, and that the education of said initiate is to begin no sooner than the 12th year of their birth. Of their life? 12th year of their birth or their life? Hard to say.
This looks like some kind of medieval forge.
I do...
Looks like a chunk of metal.
Significantly prefer being in the alchemy lab.
This looks like some kind of ancient mold.
Before the forge is lit, because the noise that it makes is so loud that it's really nice to, you know, just be in here without the air rushing through the whole time. Blackmoor Manor has remained largely intact all these years. Would that I could lay claim to my birthright and live here openly, but Lydia tells me that my grandmother's name still stirs fear and hatred in the hearts of nearby villagers and counsels discretion. Perhaps Philippe? Philippe? Okay. People, east-west. This is a map of the underground tunnels. Welcome, dear initiate, and then this is the journal that explains all of the things that need to happen in order for the forge to work correctly, and all of the puzzles that previous initiates have left, which is the coolest thing ever. Aeolus, Master of the Winds.
My dear initiate.
Congratulations for progressing this far. Your goal may not be in sight, but it is very, very close. I leave this for you because the Athanor can be daunting and not a little discouraging. Just bear in mind that to use it, you must first light it, and to light it, you must give it 4 things: earth in liquid form, air, water, and fire. Should you require more information, consult the Mutus Liber, something even my grandfather Corbin apparently did with some frequency.
Penelope Penvillin. Wow, this letter was written more than 200 years ago.
Yeah, reading these books fully, like really diving into these notes and these books down here, I highly recommend it if you haven't done it before. Or watch my walkthrough of this game, because I, in the walkthrough, read everything out loud. It gives me so much more of an appreciation for this game. I regret that we shall never meet, but you will get a glimpse into my life when you encounter my contribution to the security of our treasure. Likewise, were I somehow able to project myself into the future, I would learn something about you were I to come across the obstacle which you will have created. Such a cool idea. Okay, so...
You are one big drink of water, aren't you?
I know, I love the soundtrack for this one. Castle Malloy I also love. Alright, let's try this again, Aeolus, shall we? Well, that wasn't lucky. Dang, Nancy, easy. No! Fell for the bait. Whoa! Whoa there! It does definitely... Oh, see, that was lucky. I got rid of the south wind there, and the south wind is quite strong. And if I do this, and then north wind is okay, but okay, we're good. We're safe. Yes, I think it would. Okay, so now this one can only push me downward. So I'm safe if I go up like this. So now the trick is just going to be getting up there. Come hither. Come hither, wind. Coming at me. Ha! There we go. Got him.
It sounds like air is going to the forge.
Nancy thirsting over a statue. Okay, so we got the forge. Now we have to light it. Using the oil and the Mercury's wand, which we have to light on the gargoyles. Because that's how fire works. Does this game make any sense? No. Do I love it? Yes. You're gonna need a bigger boat. Greetings, Kate. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. How are you? One of your favorite games. Been lurking for a few hours doing your housework. Love it. Love, love, love it. Almost there. We're pretty close now. This is the last step, lighting the forge.
Hello?
Hi, it's Ned.
Hey, Ned.
Hey,
What's
Ned.
up?
I could say I've been studying and needed a break, but the truth is I've been dying to hear from you. What's going on there?
What isn't going on here?
I'm listening.
Well, for one thing, I've discovered some kind of medieval alchemy lab.
Really? Where?
Under the manor. And I mean way under the manor. In fact, I may be the only one in this place who knows about it.
What's in it?
Well, I was hoping to find the fabled Pendleton treasure, but all there is in there is an old forge.
Forge? Isn't the thing you use to heat metal and make swords and stuff?
Right.
So what are you going to do now?
Well, actually, the forge looks like something I saw in this strange book Jane has in her room, which means I should probably check it out more thoroughly.
Probably hasn't been used for centuries.
That's the thing. It looks like it has been used recently. I mean, relatively recently. Certainly within the past 50 years or so.
What would someone be using a forge to make in this day and age?
There was also this big keyhole in the lab.
What about a key?
No key.
Well, there you go. Maybe that's what has to be forged.
The key that goes in that keyhole?
That'd be my guess.
I'll talk to you soon.
Just be careful over there.
Sorry, Ned. I'm kind of close to solving the mystery, and I am just gonna go ahead and do that. So I do have to make sure the oil is actually going to the right place, because I'm not positive that it is.
Looks like a piece is missing.
So if I... Okay, maybe it is in the right place, because otherwise it would let me change it. Is this one in the right place? These are really the only two that I'm concerned about. Okay, yeah, and if it doesn't let me change it, then it is in the correct place, so that's good. So we can now light all of the gargoyles on fire. Starting with this one, I guess? Do we have to start with this one? One.
The time has come.
This wand probably works through magnets.
Who's a pretty bird in the mirror? The time has come.
You're painting your nails.
For closing book.
I need to repaint mine. My pink nail polish that I had for England is chipping off.
Whoa, something tells me I just succeeded in lighting the forge.
I'm gonna do a dark blue next, which is like still a summery color because, you know, like nautical, but also it's in like a darker color, so I can kind of pretend it's more of a fall color. It's like my transition color. before I switch over fully to my, That's what you just did now. Oh my gosh, love it. To my official fall palette. You're getting a cat once you move in, and she'll be named Waverly. That makes me so happy. I love that so much. Okay. And there's the wind. How did Mel act while you two were packing for England? She gets curious. Like, she looks at everything, and whenever we're packing to go anywhere, she'll jump in the suitcases.
The forge is lit. Wow, molten metal.
Woohoo! Okay. So, for this key, we need it to look like so.
By pulling out different plugs, I can create different patterns in the mold.
And this is from the Mutus Liber in combination with the family crests, based on the pictures in the Mutus Liber. Would you be interested in doing a theme next Streamathon?
It looks like some kind of key.
Oh, that does not look right. Whoops. Let's try that again. That's not right. Where'd it go? Nancy completes all unnecessary phone conversations. That's a possibility. Communicator Nancy. Chatty Nancy. Okay, where'd the thingy go? Alright, I did that wrong. So, we want the opposite of what I did. So that should be correct. Let's try that. She hasn't made an appearance yet.
That looks right.
She has not. I don't know if we'll get one today.
Whatever you just found, it's mine. I'm the pendulum, not you. Besides, I would have found it before you did if I didn't have to sit there all day learning all that other silly rubbish. What is that?
A rock.
Looks to me like a meteorite.
A rock? 600 years of secrets and mystery and puzzles, all because of a stupid rock? No way. There must be something under it.
No, don't touch it!
Oh. Oh.
Leslie, help me! It's pitch dark in here. I can't see anything. Get me out of here, please! I'm sorry I was mean to you before. I'm sorry for everything.
Do I detect a guilty conscience?
It's my fault Linda's sick. I mean, she's not really sick. I just made her think she is. I left that curse in her room and gave her allergy pills and put her medicine in a moisturizer.
You made her think that she's changing into the beast of Blackmoor, didn't you?
I just wanted to go away. I just wanted to be Daddy and me and Mommy, my real Mommy. Please don't make me talk anymore, Nancy. There's no air in here. I can't breathe.
I've got to figure out a way to get that box off of her fast.
Yeah, some family therapy would be a really good idea. Help, Aeolus! Help! Good thing we were in here.
Dear Ned, well, there is a beast of Blackmoor. Jane. She made poor Linda think she was turning into a monster by putting her uncle's hair restorer in Linda's moisturizer. She also slipped Mrs. Drake's allergy pills into Linda's food so she'd feel woozy all the time. An extremely dangerous thing to do. Needless to say, Jane's father was very upset, especially when he found out Jane had done it because she still wants him and her real mother to get back together. After Jane apologized to Linda, and Hugh apologized to both of them, They all resolve to do whatever it takes to become a real family. As for Blackmoor Manor, ever since I told him about all the passageways and gadgetry I discovered, Hugh has become fascinated with his family history and has asked, no, ordered Ethel to teach him what she's taught Jane. And while he doesn't believe for a second that the meteorite in that old alchemy lab has magical powers, he has encouraged Jane to come up with a puzzle to help ensure its safekeeping, just as initiates have been doing for centuries. Which reminds me, the Pendlins swore me to secrecy when it comes to all their traditions. So don't tell anybody any of this, okay? Nigel suspected something was up when he came to get his laptop and has been hounding me ever since. This is just the kind of stuff he'd love to include in that unauthorized tell-all he's trying to write. If he calls me one more time, I'm telling on him. To Mrs. Drake. That'll teach him. Ever yours, Nancy.
Oh boy. Yeah, you really do have to feel for Jane. I mean, she is just a kid, and she's going through a really tough time. Not a good way to get attention, but you know. Sleuthier Druis for all-around super sleuthing. Well, marvelous. I feel like I get that one quite a bit.
The year is 1930, and everything is on the rise. Unemployment, government breadlines, and organized crime. In the midst of it all, a heroine is born. Armed with only a flashlight, a blue roadster, and a spirited resourcefulness, a 16-year-old detective will go on to inspire hope in the hearts of young girls and kisses upon the lips of evildoers everywhere. Her name? Nancy Drew.
Fantastic sound work in that trailer. The ticking of the clock and then the chiming. That is good stuff. That is really good stuff. Are the visuals of that trailer fantastic? The clock ticking, yes, but just showing a bunch of like black and white pictures that aren't even in the game? But cool trailer, nevertheless. Old clock, wish it could have been better, but still enjoy it. I agree. I feel very similarly about it. All right, let us pop out. And... There we go. Logo, loading screen, musica. Alrighty. Can you imagine Lucas and Jane being pen pals? Yes! That'd be amazing. Alright, well, we have officially completed Nancy Drew, Curse of Blackmoor Manor. Thank you all for joining me for my birthday stream today. Thank you for celebrating my 30th birthday with me, for hanging out with me. What a wonderful day. And a wonderful game to celebrate my birthday with. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Today's stream was brought to you by the patrons over at Mystique Manor and all of the official Fellow Detective channel members. Thank you so much for your continued support. Today's stream was also brought to you by the super chats and super stickers that were used in chat today. Thank you so much for your support in that way as well. And thank you all for supporting the streams in the biggest way by coming and hanging out while we play Nancy Drew together. Thank you so much for all the birthday wishes. Thank you. Thank you for all of your lovely questions about Mr. WizardKitten and I's honeymoon to England. It was so fun to play an English game after having been to England finally for the first time in my life, the place I've wanted to go more than anywhere else in the world. So that was a lot of fun. And thank you all for waiting over the long hiatus while the streams were on break, while I had that class and that vacation, a bunch of family plans. There was lots going on. So thank you all so much for your patience. Thank you for your birthday stream, of course. Of course, of course. So happy you had a great honeymoon. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. The next stream I haven't posted the vote for the patrons or the official Fellow Detectives yet. I'll probably do that tonight or tomorrow. But expect that stream for Thursday. I have some birthday stuff going on this week, so, and also just like dentist appointment, massage, therapy, like a couple things that I just have to get taken care of in life. So we're looking at Thursday for the next stream, Thursday, August 10th. Do not know what that stream will be yet, but I will post the vote for the patrons in the official fellow detective soon. So if you are a channel member or patron, keep an eye out for that vote. We'll be posting that very soon. But yes, keep an eye out for a Thursday stream. Time probably similar to today. I'm guessing close to like noon, 1, 2 Central Standard Time, kind of in that that little bracket of time. Let's see, anything else? Please feel free to share any pictures in the Join the Adventure channel on Discord of the of your passport, of your family crest, of all of the other ways that you might have been joining the adventure, food, drink, what have you, clothing, all of that good stuff. Thank you for the stream. Sad it's over, but it's been fun. Thanks for the stream. Absolutely. Greetings, Massey. We were just saying goodbye, but it's so good to see you. Welcome. I miss the streams too. I'm so glad to be back. We still have, let's see, today was the 20th stream, so we still have, what? 13 games? Math? 33 games? Yeah. So we still have 13 games left to play. 13 wonderful games, lots of classics left, lots of good ones left still. And I mean, hey, they're all Nancy Drew games, so they're all fun. 13 to go. All right, well, I hope you all have a wonderful evening or rest of your day, depending on where you are in the world. I'm gonna go make dinner for Mr. WizardKitten and myself. We're probably gonna play a little bit of Villainous tonight, and then I'm probably gonna go to bed early because I'm still trying to adapt to this time zone. But I will hopefully see many of you on Thursday for the next stream. Keep an eye out on the Instagram, channel, Discord, and YouTube community tab for the announcement on which stream that will be, what game it'll be, and the exact time. Thank you all so much for your continued support. I agree, Abby. I absolutely agree. Have a wonderful rest of your day or evening, and I'll see you all soon. Goodbye.